FDA since 2015 as a biomedical engineer of the retinal. I will pause for 1 second. I'm getting, I hear myself over here. Do you want me to mute that? There. Is that muted? It's not muted. Okay. Not that I don't hear myself echo, but. I can keep introducing Michelle. So, oh, perfect. Thanks. So Dr. Sandrian, she is, sorry, prior to becoming our acting branch chief for the pre-market programs branch, she's been with the FDA since 2015 as a biomedical engineer on the retinal and diagnostics devices team. Prior to joining FDA, Dr. Sandrian was an assistant professor in the departments of ophthalmology and bioengineering at the University of Pittsburgh. She earned a bachelor's degree in biomedical engineering from the University of Rochester and a doctorate degree in bioengineering from the University of Pittsburgh. So I welcome Dr. Sandrian, and I appreciate her serving today as our online moderator. The overarching theme of our REdI conference this year is medical product development or innovation in medical product development. So I got to thinking, well, the first thing that came to mind as a mother of young children is how to innovate more sleep. That just doesn't work. I'm still working on that. But for my kids, they have endless curiosity and it's almost limitless. They inspire me every day to think and to think about things differently. They think about how things work. Why do they work that way? Is there a better way? When my kids ask me questions, I often don't know the answer and think, well, why does it do that? But I value a child's unwavering sense that anything is possible. Anything is achievable. They're either so focused on achieving the end result. They don't get discouraged or sidetracked by all the intricate details of how to get from A to B. They dream big. I don't know about you, but it's hard to dream big some days, to just forget the intricate details of the day or the tasks that need to be done, and there's never enough time. Just the other evening, I was reading my 4-year-old a book about space, and I was amazed at all the things she was asking and thinking about and trying to figure out. How could she get from here to there? How could she get from A to B? And of course, all of her comments, I thought, oh, that's not going to happen. It's not that simple. So innovation is defined as the process of bringing new ideas, methods, products, services, or solutions that have a significant positive impact and value. It involves transforming creative concepts into tangible outcomes that improve efficiency and effectiveness or address unmet needs. As professionals in the medical device industry, we have a lot to think about, more details, and it may seem like a complicated, tangled mess, like this yarn pile on the left. So how do we untangle it and figure out how to bring our ideas to fruition so that it may have a positive impact and be of value? My ask of you today is to learn from all of our wonderful presenters and the topics that they discuss with you. I'm hoping that this untangles some of the unknowns you have about medical device regulations and the resources that are available to you. Then apply what you have learned to your field or your job as it relates to medical device development. And lastly, innovate. Bring your ideas to life so that they may improve the efficiency and effectiveness and address unmet needs in the medical device industry, advancing patient care and improving overall public health. Take your ideas to that next level and think big. Who knows what innovative idea you may spark? I'd now like to go over sort of the format for today's sessions. Each session will consist of about a 25-minute presentation followed by 15 minutes of Q&A. And then we will answer those questions from our in-person attendees as well as from our virtual attendees. Each session will give you a specific learning objectives on a particular topic, and there will be some knowledge checks along the way, and then each session will wrap up with a call to action. Here is our full agenda for today, day one. The flow for today is to have 2 sessions and then a break, and then we'll break for lunch, and then 2 more sessions followed by a break, and then we'll come back for our last 2 sessions. That'll wrap up sort of our online program for our virtual attendees, but for our in-person audience, we have an opportunity for you to interact directly with the speakers during a separate Q&A. So feel free to stick around for that. Today, you will hear the basics of medical device regulations. Then you'll hear some of the tools that may be used to assist in gathering valid scientific data. And then our afternoon sessions will sort of bring all this together as you prepare a future marketing submission. We hope you find these topics and presentations useful, whether you are new to the medical device industry or not. During our sessions today, you may hear a variety of acronyms. And on this slide, I wanted to define a few of those for your awareness. And then if you have any questions about how CDRH is just organized in general or structured, I encourage you to review the linked CDRH Learn module that's linked on the bottom of the slide. Additionally, if you review today's agenda in advance, there were hopefully that you had seen some prerequisites for some of our sessions, not all of them. And we are hoping you're able to take some time to review those in order to get the most out of those presentations. I'd like to ingrain this slide to memory for all of you. You will see this throughout today and tomorrow. Here is a list of our industry education resources. CDRH Learn, for one. This is also where the webinars are posted. Device advice, and of course you can contact DICE if you have any questions related to medical device regulations. I'd now like to wrap up with my call to action for you. Remember to learn, apply, and innovate. Dream big. Also, take advantage of the many FDA resources available to you today and online for your future reference. Remember, this is your conference. Ask your questions and engage with us. And lastly, we are always open to feedback. Let us know what you need to bring innovation to medical device development. All right. So at this time, I'm going to invite our first speaker to come and join me. And to start us off today, that is going to be Kendra Holter. She will be presenting on the topic, Foundations of Medical Device Regulation in a World of Change. Kendra is a consumer safety officer in the Division of Industry and Consumer Education, or DICE. She's in the pre-market programs branch where she educates stakeholders with understandable and accessible science-based regulatory information. She joined FDA in September of 2022. Prior to joining FDA, she worked at the Veterans Health Administration for 15 years. As a national educator in the care and management of reusable medical devices and various other roles at the facility level, including manager, business liaison for purchase and repair of medical devices, and operating room nurse. She received her Bachelor of Science in Nursing from the Medical University of South Carolina and her Master of Science in Nursing Informatics from Walden University. Understanding the basics of medical device regulation is foundational, and there are many resources available to support bringing a new device to market in the US. Kendra will provide an overview of these basics and highlight useful resources to empower you and to support you on a path to marketing. I'd now like to turn it over to Kendra.
Thanks. All right. Hello, everyone. Good morning to those of you in the room, and good day, good afternoon to our online audience. So the common theme of innovation has been very apparent this morning. And what does that mean? We've heard about advances in technology, advances in science. And what does that mean for you? That means that our devices are becoming more complex. But what I hope that you see and hear from this presentation is while we have this ever-changing world of medical devices, that the foundations of how we regulate them remain constant and foundational, the regulations on how we do so. While I say they're foundational, they can also be quite complex and puzzle feeling maybe sometimes. How do they all fit together? I hope these next 20, 25 minutes we have together is I can help you put those pieces together one at a time and you can see how they're connected. So our learning objectives this morning, we're going to start by defining what a medical device is. There is a regulatory definition of a medical device and we're going to go over that. We're going to describe the device classifications and regulatory controls that are associated with medical devices. We're going to talk about and review the different types of pre-market submissions. And we're going to differentiate between preparing and then submitting or sending in your pre-market submission. So a very common question that we get, you heard I work at DICE, Division of Industry and Consumer Education, and a very common question that we get is my product even a medical device? Is it something that is regulated by CDRH? This medical device definition is going to help you make that determination, and there's 3 major parts to it. And this again is the regulatory definition. A few more slides, you're going to see a link that you can go to the definition actually in regulation. So the definition starts with part 1. A medical device is an article or an item such as but not limited to an instrument or an in vitro agent or a machine or an implant. And software can also be a medical device. There are some exceptions to that, and you'll see I referenced the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, specifically Section 520. So software can also be a medical device. The second part of the definition, the regulatory definition of a medical device, is what is the intended use of the product? Is it intended to be used in the diagnosis or disease or another condition? Is it intended to be used in the cure, mitigation, treatment, or prevention of disease? And third, is it intended to affect the structure or the function of the body? So again, thinking about what is the intended use for the product. The third, let's go back. Sorry about that. The third part of the definition, the regulatory definition, is the product cannot achieve its primary intended purpose through chemical action or any dependency of being metabolized by the body. So that is what the product cannot do in order to be determined to determine it a medical device. You're going to see several slides like this through my presentation, and these are intended to be resources to help you put those puzzle pieces into place. I promised you a link to the definition. There it is. That's the regulatory definition of a medical device. One of the prerequisite pages I shared was how to determine if your product is a medical device. It's a great device advice page that gives you that regulatory definition as well as some other resources. And you're going to hear, you've already heard it multiple times. If you're not familiar with CDRH Learn, I cannot recommend more becoming familiar with it. It is a library of over 200 video modules and presentations on all things regulation of medical devices and radiation emitting products. We have an entire module on, is my product a medical device? Speaking of CDRH Learn, this is the first front page when you go to CDRH Learn, and it's organized. You can see it's organized by topics, larger headings, and then you can hit that down arrow and it'll cascade to all the individual presentations. There's transcripts as well as slides available for the presentations. Also outside in our booth, DICE has a booth right outside here. There's also a computer set up that you can peruse CDRH Learn a little bit, and there'll be some DICE employees out there to assist you with that. So let's just think about what I just talked about with the definition of a medical device, and let's do a knowledge check real quick. What I'm looking for is which of these is not a medical device, okay? So first we have A is a blood pressure cuff. B, these are some trocars and cannulas that you might use in like a arthroscopic surgery, we'll say. C is a mask, some swabs, a stethoscope, a glove. And D, no, I'm not asking you, is a baby a medical device? That is not the question. The question is the diaper the baby's wearing a medical device? So let's do by a show of hands, who thinks A is not a medical device? B, C, and D. Very Very good. So for our online audience, the majority in the room said D. Hopefully you said the same, because a baby's diaper is not a medical device. Remember, we talked about the intended use of the device. Adult diapers are a medical device. Baby diapers are used to protect the baby because he or she is not potty trained. Adult diapers are used to protect a patient or an adult because he or she may have a medical diagnosis or condition that's led them to be incontinent. And the regulation for an adult diaper specifically says does not include infant diapers. So when we talk about intended use, that's what we're talking about, is what is the intended use of your product. Okay, so you've determined that your product is a medical device. Now what? The next question you want to answer is, what classification and regulatory controls apply to my device? All right, that sounds great, Kendra. How am I going to determine that? Let's start by talking about how medical devices are classified. They're classified and categorized by risk. And when we talk about risk of a medical device, it's not only the risk to the patient or individual that the device is being used on, but it's also the risk to the operator or the user using it. What good is a medical device if it's not safe for the user to use it? These are, again, I mentioned that devices are classified by risk. We have our lowest risk devices that are in the class 1 category. Our moderate risk devices are categorized as a class 2, and our highest risk devices are classified as class 3. You can also use the various databases that we have to help you to determine if your product is a medical device, as well as determining the classification of your device. One of the most common we have is the product classification database. We also have an establishment registration and device listing database. If you happen to know a competitor who has a product or a device similar to yours on the market, you could look up their registration information in our database to potentially get information about yours as well. And then this last link is actually to a library of all of our medical device databases. So you'll find the first 2 that I listed within that link. But that's where you'll find all of our medical device databases, to include 510K database, PMA databases, etc. There's several of them in there. This is the first page of the advanced search of our product classification database. Most of our databases look very similar on a front page as far as conceptually how they look. Of course, your search fields are going to be different. A couple of pieces of advice: you can use more than one field to do a search. That may be beneficial. Be careful of being too descriptive if you're going to use, say, a device name or description. Be careful of being too descriptive, because you could actually weed out what you're looking for. So stay broad and do multiple searches and weed it down from there if you feel that you need to, and you may have to do multiple searches. But you can search by a variety of different fields. So we have medical device regulations which are associated with classification, which you're about to see, because we want to ensure the safety and effectiveness of medical devices. The medical device regulations that we have in place provide a consistent, remember I started with that, you're going to be more innovative with time. The regulations remain foundational and consistent. And we have 3 groupings of controls, regulatory controls. General controls apply to all medical devices. That is a very, very important statement. General controls apply to all medical devices. Special controls also, bless you, special controls also apply to class 2 devices, and PMA controls also apply to class 3 devices. More resources, we have in a device advice page, how to classify your medical device, and then 2 more of those CDRH Learn modules, one on device classification and one on regulation of medical devices that gets into a little more detail of our classification system. Okay, so you know it's a device, you now know its classification and what regulatory controls apply to it. Within that information, you're also going to determine if and what kind of pre-market submission applies to your device. So let's talk briefly about what those are. So starting with 510K exempt devices, 510K also known as pre-market notifications. These are our lowest risk devices. They can be class 1 or class 2 devices. And remember I said, general controls apply to all devices. I am repeating this because it is such a common misconception. Exemption does not mean that you're exempt from regulatory control. Exemption, 510K exemption means you're exempt from the requirement of submitting a pre-market notification. General controls still apply to your device unless, because there's always an unless or it depends, regulation states otherwise, but that would be the regulation specific to your device. So for those devices where a 510K or pre-market notification is required, these are our moderate risk devices. So also can be class 1 or class 2 devices that require a 510K. And through that 510K process, your purpose, the purpose of the process, is to demonstrate that the device is substantially equivalent to a predicate device. A predicate device is a device that's already cleared to be on the market. It may not be actively on the market anymore, but it was cleared to be on the market at some point. That's what a predicate device is. So you're going to show your safety and effectiveness of your device by demonstrating that the device is substantially equivalent, not identical. Substantial equivalence does not equal identical. Later today, a lot more in depth on 510Ks when Dr. Kathryn de Laurentis speaks. So come back for that. Our next pre-market submission type is a pre-market approval. These are for our highest risk devices. These are for our class 3 devices. And through this process, you would be required to provide valid scientific evidence to assure safety and effectiveness for the intended use of the device that you've identified. So this is our most stringent type of pre-market submission because it is for our highest risk devices. Makes sense. Again, for PMA devices, general and PMA controls apply. De novo, we heard this morning in a question to Dr. Shuren. Speaking of innovation, these are our novel devices. These are our new devices to market where a predicate device does not already exist. De novo devices are automatically classified as a class 3, and as a result of the de novo process, they're reclassified into either a class 1 or class 2 classification scheme. And so because of that, the controls that apply to de novo devices are either going to be general controls or they're going to be a combination of general and special controls. And then the last pre-market submission I want to briefly mention is a humanitarian device exemption, or an HDE. In order to receive such a exemption, your device must first meet the requirements and be designated as a humanitarian use device, or a HUD. And these are devices that are intended for patients that have rare conditions and diseases. We have a definition of what rare is. That number cannot exceed 8,000 individuals per year in the United States. So that's that number for that rare definition. Through this process, you will demonstrate that there is no significant risk to the patient and user, while there is also identifying that there's probable benefit, that this device will benefit the patient with the rare condition or disease. In addition, there cannot be any legally marketed device for the same intended use that has already been granted under a 510K, a PMA, or a de novo. So those are in a very high level requirements, bless you, requirements for a humanitarian device exemption. So I hope this slide helps you see it all together in one big picture. As we increase risk, the classification increases from 1 to 2 to 3. Harm associated with that risk increases. The controls, the regulatory controls that apply to the device increase, and then your submission type increases. Remembering, exemption does not mean exempt from regulatory controls. It means exemption from a pre-market notification, a 510K. Okay, so now you've determined which pre-market submission you need to submit. How do you prepare it? We now have an interactive template called the eStar, or the Electronic Submission Template and Resource. This is an interactive PDF template. It's interactive in that there are guidance documents linked in there for you. There's all sorts of help features in there where additional JavaScript windows will open. There, as you complete certain sections of the form, other sections of the form will either close or open based on the responses you gave earlier, all as a means of preparing the most comprehensive pre-market submission. As of October 1st of 2023, using the eStar is required for all 510K pre-market submissions, regardless of which type of 510K you're submitting. For PMAs and de novos, it is available to be used, but it's voluntary at this point. So 510Ks, eStar mandatory, de novo PMA, eStar voluntary. This is the second page of the eStar template. I also believe Dr. De Laurentis is going to be going over a little bit of this, and you'll get to see some other screens. But I just wanted to give you a picture. The first page is a page of frequently asked questions and a lot of resources on how the template works. So don't skip page 1. But you can start seeing page 2 is where you start selecting your radio buttons. That's going to help drive your template and what you need. This is page 3, and I just wanted to show you it's a form. It's an interactive PDF file. It's a form. You start filling it out. There's add attachment buttons, and you can see the blue question mark buttons to the right. If you're not submitting a 510K, then you have the option of using e-copy for your pre-market submission. E-copy stands for electronic copy. It is not an electronic submission. The eStar is not an electronic submission. These are ways for you to prepare your submission. These are not processes to submit or send in your submission. This was a previous paper version. We now have it in an electronic format. You cannot use this for 510Ks. If you're doing an HDE, you do have to use e-copy at this time. eStar is not available for HDEs, but that is the plan, as time goes on. Eventually, PMAs and de novos will be mandatory in eStar as well. We did have a voluntary period before October 1st for 510Ks, for those of you that remember. Device advice page, pre-market submission, so check selecting and preparing the correct submission. And we have an entire tab on how to study and market your device on CDRH Learn, that when you open that, it'll cascade down into sections with modules specific for 510Ks, modules specific for PMAs. There's a module in there about the portal, which I'll talk about in just a second. So lots of information in CDRH Learn. So you've now prepared your submission. How are you going to get it to us for the FDA to start that review with you? We now have the CDRH Customer Collaboration Portal. We give this an acronym because everything has an acronym in the government. This acronym is CCP, Customer Collaboration Portal. It is an online submission to the Document Control Center. When you mail in a submission, that goes to the Document Control Center as well. This is the online means of getting it to the same place. Anyone can register an account on the portal. And and the portal will accept eStar and eCopy. So eStar, eCopy are the formats, the way you're going to package and prepare your submission. The portal is how you would actually send it to us, submit it to us. And as of October 1st, 2023, the use of the portal is required for all 510K submissions. So you must use eStar for 510Ks and you must use the portal to submit it. This is the first page of the portal. You can see even I registered my own account, but you can also see I have no submissions. What a shocker. What I wanted to show is if you see in that very top left corner, I have red highlighted the plus arrow. That's where you start. That's where you would start to enter your submission. The very first question you're going to get is it an eStar or is it an eCopy? But this is what the first page of the portal looks like. If you choose not to use the portal because you're not sending in a 510K and you're sending in another type of pre-market submission, you can mail it to the Document Control Center using either a postal service or a carrier service of some kind, keeping in mind, obviously, this will take more time to get it to us than through the portal. And a huge advantage of using the portal is you also have the ability to track your pre-market submissions through the portal, but keep in mind, while anyone can create an account in a portal, that does not mean anyone can track the submission in a portal. The submission can be tracked in the portal by the identified official correspondent in the pre-market submission that you've submitted or any designated delegates. All 510Ks and de novos can be tracked in the portal right now, not quite yet for PMAs, but it's coming. And I don't have timelines. If you're going to ask me about any timelines, I don't have them at this time. Just know that we're working on it. And if you've been around long enough, you know we're getting a little bit more and a little bit more in the electronic means of submissions for pre-market submissions. We have a whole page on the portal and how to send and track those through that. So let's do another knowledge check. This is true or false. You got a 50-50 shot. eStar is a portal I will use to submit my 510K pre-market submission when I complete it. Is this true? Who thinks this is true? And who thinks this is false? For our online audience, the majority of the room said false. I hope that you also said false. eStar is not a portal. This is another common misconception that we hear a lot with our stakeholders through DICE. eStar is the interactive PDF template to help you build your submission. The customer collaboration portal is the portal you will use to submit or send in your submission. All right, so I have pre-market submission clearance or approval. Can I now sell my device? Can I now market my device? You can, as long as you are in compliance with these examples of our general controls we have in place. Appropriate labeling, medical device reporting. There is a talk tomorrow on medical device reporting, so more to come on that. Establishment registration and device listing is also a general control that's required. And I do have the regulation parts there listed on the right-hand side, 21 CFR, and then the part that goes with it. We have a couple of lectures tomorrow on quality system regulations, quality management system regulations as it's moving to. You must abide by those regulations as part of general controls. And then just being familiar with adulteration and misbranding and making sure you're not breaking any of the laws associated with that. More resources on general controls for medical devices, and we also have a library on the different Class 2 special control documents we have for those Class 2 devices. These next 3 slides are just the URLs, the specific URLs for the resources that I shared. And in summary, we defined by regulation what a medical device is. That's where you want to start. If you are not sure if your product is a medical device, that's where you want to start. Keep in mind, if you determine your product is not a medical device, it is possible your product is regulated by a different center in the FDA, and we have resources on that page as well. Devices have specific classifications and regulatory controls. Those increase as risk increases. We have multiple types of pre-market submissions. Again, the stringency of those increased as risk increases with the device, as classification increases with the device. And you now have information on the specific means to prepare and send in the appropriate pre-market submission once you've identified and prepared it. So with that, here comes my colleague, Kim, and I think we're going to take some questions.
Thank you, Kendra.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and open it up for Q&A with Kendra. Thank you very much for your presentation. Stand over this way. So we're first going to start off with an online question from Dr. Sandrian. I'm going to come back to you for our first question. We can't hear you, no? Not yet.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. So you've kind of touched upon this before, Kendra, but how can someone get advice or assistance from CDRH on navigating the regulatory process?
So yes, and Kim also touched on this, but I'll reiterate too. DICE, Division of Industry and Consumer Education, we support an email inbox, and we also support a phone line. So you can reach us by email or phone. It's been shared or will be shared multiple times. We also have business cards with that information on it. They're DICE business cards right out in that booth that I spoke about. Again, also device advice pages. If you take anything, go to your computer when you get home or tomorrow or whenever. Device advice and CDRH Learn. Those are two great resources for foundational information related to regulation in medical devices.
Great, thanks, Kendra. Again, I'm going to invite our in-person audience to come up to the mic.
Is there a mic?
Is there a mic?
Or you
That's
can
why they
just
weren't coming
project
up.
your
There's no
voice.
mic. Yeah, or you could just talk really loud. I can come to you. I'll come to you. Oh, there we go.
It's karaoke style.
Yes. A question that I have is that, say you get a device, like a sensing device, approved, and you wanted to expand its scope. Do you then have to resubmit a new pre-market approval for the expanded scope?
So I'm going to give you the infamous answer. It depends. We do have an amazing guidance document out there related to modifications to devices. You know, if it's a 510K exempt device, then you have to consider, does the change potentially change the classification? And if it doesn't, then it's possible that you would just manage that change within your own quality management system and documentation. If it's a 510K cleared device, it is possible that a modification to it would require a new 510K. That's not an across the board answer that we can say 100% of the time it's one way or the other. It truly depends on the modification you're making and how that changes the device.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to go to Dr. Sandrian. Do we have another question online?
We do, yes. So this person is asking, where can I find more information about understanding how to evaluate safety and effectiveness? Are these defined somewhere? Are there resources that we can point the person to?
Some of this is going to come from the controls and the regulations that are identified with the device. Some of this may be determined by the manufacturer, what deems the product safety, proving that the device is safe and effective related to the intended use you've identified as the manufacturer you plan to put on your label. As well as safety and that it's not causing harm, again, to either the patient or person it's being used on or the operator. Do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think it depends. we all like that. But I think it's important to use the resources to determine the safety and effectiveness and what's ideal or specific for that particular device. Yep. Thanks, Kendra. Thank you for that question. We're going to come to our online mic. Go ahead. In-person mic.
Great presentation, first of all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a specific HDE question. So I'm wondering what happens or what would happen in a scenario where something maybe is approved through that route, but then the disease becomes maybe not rare, not meeting that 8,000 person threshold. Is that something that happens, and what would be sort of the situation for a device that's been cleared that way? What would have to happen?
I don't have experience to say that I know that that's happened, but I would say at that point, the device has to go through the regulatory process as appropriate, whether it's a class 2, class 3, the appropriate process at that point, whatever that is.
And I think you would want to interact with FDA early on. Yeah. I mean, of course, through the Q submission program, a way to obtain that feedback, because I think it's going to depend on who decided to change, right? Like who determined that it's no longer a rare disease, and those criteria need to be met. So, yeah. Thank you. All right, I'm going to jump back to our online attendees, and I'll come back to the mic. Do we have another question from the online?
We do. We have many questions. So here's one question, and I think I'll extend this a little bit. So if you email the device determination mailbox, is it a real person responding? And I'd like to extend it. If you email DICE, is it a real person responding?
We are real. And when you call 1-800-638-2041, you get a human being. And about once to twice a week, it will be me. Yes, and that is probably one of the biggest surprises, is people are shocked that they get a real human being on the other end of the line. Yes, device determination are real people. I interact with them on a weekly basis, actually. And we at DICE are real people. I want to say there's 15 to 20 of us in DICE that field email questions and phone questions as consumer safety officers. Yes. So the answer is yes, we are real. Was there another part to that I missed, Michelle?
You got it.
Okay, good.
All right, we're going to go to our in-person mic.
Morning. The question's related to doing the research to find out, are you regulated? What regulation? Do you have a submission requirement? And is it best practice, or is there a requirement to document that research? And then the other part, it's sort of a two-part question. For the classifications of devices that are class 1 and maybe teetering on a 510K if they exceed the limitations, does having that type of documentation do any kind of benefit in the case where you get inspected and the inspector says, no, that's not the right classification?
So I'm going to recommend that you document. I'm not going to be able to find you a regulation that says you're required to, but I'm going to recommend you document, and for exactly that reason. If an inspector were to come in, being able to speak to, and it comes down to your overall quality management system. So you're making decisions related to the design and development of your device. You know, this part, well, how'd you get there? What was the road that got you there that you know that's the right way? Michelle, and through our online community, did talk about the device determination mailbox, and that has to do with determining if a if a product is a device. We also have a 513G process, not mandatory, but there is a 513G process that is a formal interaction with the FDA to help you with the classification of your device. So if you're teetering and you're not sure, that is an option available to you to help potentially deflect or mitigate the risk that exists of it being an issue down the road.
Okay, thank you.
And I think tomorrow you're going to hear document, document, document. I'm sure Joe's going to drive that home as well. All right, we're going to go to our online question.
All right, this one is about exempt devices. So does a 510K exempt device need a pre-market submission, or do we just need to register the manufacturer?
So that's a good question, and also a very common question. So again, a 510K is also known as a pre-market notification, and the exempt that's added to that, 510K exempt, means that you are exempt from that pre-market notification. Now, this individual online mentioned registration and listing. Yes? mentioned registration and listing. And remember, I talked about several general controls. So while registration and listing is one of them, there's others: the quality management system, appropriate labeling, appropriate medical device reporting. So if you have a 510K exempt device, it doesn't become, oh, then I only have to register. You have to register, you have to have appropriate quality management system with good manufacturing practices, you have to have appropriate labeling, and there's all those regulations are listed in the CFR parts of that one slide that I shared.
Great. We're going to come to our in-person mic. We may have time for one more question, but if I know I have another person standing in the mic, but just keep in mind we do have that individual session later today that you can catch Kendra and ask questions. But I'm going to come to our in-person mic.
On the classification database, we have a product code. It's 510K exempt. It's class 2. And at the bottom of the classification, it gives some recognized consensus standards. It doesn't say you have to comply to those. It just lists them as like a helpful hand. So what's the status of those?
Well, this is a great segue question because later today we have a presentation on standards and ASCA. So I recommend that you come back and attend that. But unless identified as being required in regulation, recognized consensus standards are voluntary to use. And what we've done in that product classification database is assisted you by saying, hey, this product code has these recognized consensus standards associated with it.
Thank you.
But come back for that other presentation.
I will.
Simon, yeah, Simon this afternoon. All right, that's going to wrap up our Q&A for right now. I'm going to turn it back over to Kendra to provide her final thoughts and call to action.
So, be innovative, be creative, use advances in science, use advances in technology. But when you come to the regulations to determine how to market your device, don't start with, I have a diagnostic device that uses AI. Don't start there. Start with, I have a medical device, or do I have a medical device? Determine that, then classify your device and determine what are the regulatory controls that apply to it. What is the pre-market submission that applies to it? Prepare that appropriately, submit it accordingly, and then ensure you're in compliance with those other regulatory requirements that we spoke about: general controls, special controls, PMAs, controls. Okay.
Thank you, Kendra. All right, I'm going to invite up Dr. Margerrison. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Yeah, you are on stage. Need to click this over here. All right. So I now have the pleasure of introducing you to Dr. Ed Margerrison, who will be discussing accelerating medical device innovation with regulatory science tools, which we were excited to hear Dr. Shuren mention this morning. So you're going to hear more about that. Dr. Margerrison is the director of CDRH's Office of Science and Engineering Laboratories. This is the office in CDRH that's responsible for providing technical expertise and analysis in support of CDRH regulatory processes. Prior to joining FDA, Dr. Margerrison was the president and CEO of a biotech startup focused on developing novel biomaterial approaches to surgical soft tissue repair. He also held senior positions at Zimmer Biomet, Akela Pharma, and Smith & Nephew. He received his undergrad in biochemistry from the University of Oxford and his doctorate from St. George's Hospital Medical School in London in molecular genetics. So regulatory science tools expand the scope of innovative science-based approaches to help improve the development and assessment of emerging medical technologies. These tools allow developers to focus limited resources on how well their new product works, not how well it may be tested. Today, Dr. Margerrison will discuss FDA's catalog of regulatory science tools and provide you helpful resources on finding and using these tools. Dr. Margerrison?
Thank you.
how they can be useful, and how we can expand the whole program over time. So I run OCEL, the Office of Science and Engineering Lab at CDRH. It represents about 10% of CDRH. Our product is not research papers. We no longer publish, pat ourselves on the back and say, well done. What we actually do is we're pushing things out that we hope have a practical and tangible use across the whole product life cycle. Now, those may be a lab method. How do I test X, Y, and Z in a lab? It might be a training set for training AI or validating an AI model. They could be physical phantoms, virtual phantoms, and we've got examples of all these things out there. Computer models in particular are very, very important for us. We've been using those for years. And my group, and I'm not going to take any great advantage from me in this, but the group just before I joined was the first group in the world to publish a fully in silico clinical trial. So we're not just doing lab methods because they're quite easy. We are actually fundamentally changing some of the tools that can be used to drive innovation. And that is part of our mission. All of those tools are publicly available, and standardization is really the watchword here. For our reviewers, standardization is actually really useful because if they understand the way that a device has been tested, it halves the number of questions for you as innovators, because they don't need to ask, how has it been tested and how good is it? Because the first part's answered. So we can really then focus as reviewers on how good the device is. And that's really important for our reviewers. I'm going to throw a few numbers out this morning. One of them is that we regulate 257,400 types of medical device. We have about 1,200 reviewers. That's a really bad ratio. They are superheroes, frankly, our reviewers. I'm quite happy to say that. My guys take part in about a quarter to a third of the reviews that we do as a centre. But the reviewers, and you'll hear from a lot of them over the next couple of days, they do a phenomenal job. So one of my calls to action for everybody who's putting in the pre-market applications that we just heard about is make it easy for the reviewer. Because the average 510K pre-market file now is longer than the Lord of the Rings. So if you assume that the reviewer is going to find a single sentence in there, because that's the important one, that's not going to happen. And similarly, we're taking the same sort of approach with tools. How do we actually make it easy for everybody to talk the same language? And if part of that language is how do we assess the safety and effectiveness of a device, if we're all using the same sort of methodology, then it's much, much easier. It cuts out a lot of the unnecessary garbage. And that's fundamentally what we're trying to do through my shop. So I believe there is a proven link between regulatory process efficiency and stimulating that upstream innovation. And I think now we're showing, and one of the things I'm going to tell you about in a minute is how we've turned that from a theory to practice, to the extent that we now have 3 of the 27 NIH institutes and the National Science Foundation actively funding the development of tools. And a light bulb moment went off for one of my friends and colleagues at NIH who was visiting us. One of the last visits we had before mayhem ensued with the pandemic, came to visit us, and we were talking about a phantom that we were developing for a technology called high-intensity therapeutic ultrasound. It's a phantom that could be used to assess the safety and effectiveness of HITU devices. And a light bulb went off and he said, I've got it. He was currently funding through their SBIR program 6 small stage, early stage companies to develop HITU technology. But he realized that he was funding them to develop the technology and the testing methods. They're all developing their own phantoms. So that's actually an incredibly inefficient investment mode. That doesn't make any sense for him. So he immediately got it. So what he's now doing is he put together an SBIR program to develop tools. Those can be used across a wide range of HITU devices. They're multi-generational. So the next set of companies he invests in can use the same tools. That's much, much better. Equally, when those devices hopefully get on the desk of one of our reviewers, the reviewer also understands that phantom. Fewer questions all around. That's great for innovation and it's great for efficiency. So within my shop, we're organized into about 20 programs. Some of those are based around specific device areas. Two of the biggest are cardiovascular and orthopedics. They tend to have a lot of devices coming through CDRH, but others are more technology based. And that's incredibly important for us because we see the rate of acceleration or the breadth of technology that we're seeing is increasing about linearly. But it's also getting a little more complex because we've got things that first and foremost are cut across device areas and are going at an incredible rate. Artificial intelligence, machine learning is clearly the best example of that. But let's put that in context. CDRH cleared its first AI-enabled device in, does anyone want to take a guess, or shall I just tell you? 1997, long time ago. Predominantly coming through the imaging and diagnostic sort of area, but this stuff's old. We've been working on that for many, many, many years. And the AI machine learning team I have within OCell and the rest of CDRH is phenomenally good. We're way ahead of so many people, but we need to be, because if we don't keep ahead, we'll fall apart. I quite often get asked what keeps me awake at night. And it's if someone comes to CDRH with a fantastic, life-saving or wonderful product that could be used to enhance or save patients' lives, and they come in and we say, that's great, we don't know how to evaluate that, so go away and we'll think about it and we'll talk about it. And that's not good enough. What we need to do is to make sure our reviewers know what questions they need to ask, and similarly, what questions they don't need to ask. And that really is the function of what we're trying to do in my part of the centre. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the impact and then give you some examples. 3 years ago, that's the kind of royal we, decided to publish a catalogue. The analogy I wanted to use here is that if you work in a lab and you want a chemical, you go to a Sigma Aldrich catalogue and you decide what you want to do. My vision is that we do that for methods that are used to evaluate safety and effectiveness for devices. And I want that to be effectively one day like a national library. I need a method to do something. I need a phantom. I need a data set. I need a model. You go to a central place, you can get whatever you need to help you develop that device. And that I think would be I'll be retired by then, I think, but that's really what I want to be able to do, just to make it easy. I've been, as Kim said, I've been CEO of a startup. It's a scary place to be. What we don't want to do is to have to invest too much money in method development, because if you run out of money, the lights go off, they don't come back on. And that's a valuable lesson that we understand at CDRH now. So we're trying to do whatever we can to keep those early stage companies alive. Then we can play the probability game, because the more things we have coming through the product pipeline, the more good products are going to get to the end of it and actually benefit patients, which is what it's all about. So we pushed out a catalogue, which I'll show you. It is publicly available. We refreshed it quite recently. And what we've actually found, it's great. We really have gone from the theoretical to the practical, because being a much better looking app and things like that, we can look at the traffic and the people who are visiting this. I really hope it goes up later today at the end of this session, but we'll see. That's the address. I'll show you a picture of it in a second. What we found is just pushing things out there and telling people they're out there. One thing I've learned from being at FDA is when FDA makes an announcement, people actually read it and do something about it, which is double-edged sword, really. But what we have found is pushing these things out and just telling people they're available. It's tripled their use. One of the things that we also do, we're one of the first government research agencies to have been 9001 certified. So we actually have a whole voice of customer and things like that. And I'll come back to that because we want to hear about what are the most important things we could be working on. That's what the tools catalog looks like. We have a variety of things. Now, importantly, we all know that if you try and replicate a method that's in a publication, it does not go well. So what we're doing is putting in a kind of owner's manual with a lot of these things. Some of them have videos. but we try and actually tell people how to use them so that we get over this, well, I used their method and it didn't work and things like that. We see that all the time. We're trying to get over that. So we split things into our program areas. There's explanations, there's sometimes videos and things like that. So I encourage you all, please, to just delve in and have a look. There might be something that's there. At this point in time, there's only about 100, 150 tools that are on there, but we are expanding quite rapidly. We want to accelerate that. So we're going to run through some examples and then a little bit of data on our metrics that surprised me relatively recently. But here are 4 examples of things that we've developed and pushed out there. One that we internally developed called Mr. MC, we call it. I didn't know how to pronounce this, but this is one of the acronyms that you don't need to learn today. This one's okay. It's actually used in reader studies where we're looking to, for example, we do a lot of work in digital pathology. So if you've got a whole slide imaging device that you're developing and you want to show if it's good or not, you have a bunch of radiologists who are going to tell you what ground truth is. And the number of those that you need can be predicted using the right statistics. That's what this does. And the joke that the digital pathology team has is if you take 12 pathologists, put them in a room and ask their opinion, you get 13 opinions. But not being judgmental at all. But that one tool we know, and it's fairly new, has already been used in 62 separate pre-market submissions across 14 different pro codes. That was quite surprising to me, but what really surprised me, given that it was very much targeted at multi-reader imaging studies, it's been used across 4 out of the 8 Offices of Health Technology, the OHTs. So if you're not aware, it'll certainly come up in the next day and a half. Our pre-market office has 8 sub-offices and they look after different product sets. There are 8 of those. This one tool has been used in 4 of them. That was a huge shock to me. As you can imagine, coming back to AI, we're doing a huge amount in looking at bias and things like that. We've also been developing algorithms that have been used to effectively, with things like CT, is get better imaging out of worse data by denoising and things like that. That's massively important because effectively you can reduce X-ray dose in CT, which is extremely good for pediatrics and things like that. We're driving a lot of that algorithm development, and I am incredibly proud of that, and actually very much charging the way with some of the stuff we're doing on bias, which remains an interesting topic we could talk about for the rest of the day. The CRIS family of tools I want to talk about as well. I'm trying to give you an idea of the breadth of the stuff that we work on. One of the things that nobody wants to go through as a product developer is to get 99% of the way through product development to be told, nah, you should have thought of that earlier. That's not good. So what we're trying to do is to allow people to assess their devices very early in a really non-burdensome way. And CRIS is a great example of that. The first iteration of it actually uses diffusion-based kinetics to look at how much of a color additive may come out of a polymer-based device. So if you want something that is Zimmer blue, for example, you put a blue dye in. Other colors are available, I probably should say. But some of those color additives have biocompatibility and toxicology concerns. So if very early on, you can actually have a model that tells you whether a reviewer is likely to be worried about that or not, then that's great. And this is actually what's available now through the CRIS calculator. You can put in what your device may be made of, how much of a particular color additive you're putting in, and you punch one button, it calculates it for you based on the diffusion-based kinetics, and it says you're probably going to be all right or you've got a problem. If you've got a problem, we have one choice. Redesign or stop. And that's what we're trying to drive earlier and earlier into the review process, because if you're developing a lemon, if you know it early, you can stop and go and do something else or redesign it. But if you don't know that until the last minute, you've burnt all your money and you're done. And that's what we're trying to avoid at all costs. That's why there is this link between regulatory efficiency and innovation. They are one and the same thing. My last example is the virtual family. It's a set of anatomically correct whole body models. You can all read it. They've all got names. There are many of them. We did this in conjunction with the ITIS Foundation in Zurich some years ago. There are various different aspects to it. Been used very, very broadly. across many different pre-market files. Specifically, it's been cited as one tool in 850 submissions, and it's been directly used in over 450 pre-market submissions. That's huge. This was a little bit of an aha moment for me because I realized that the breadth of what we can actually impact in a positive way is bigger than we thought. And this is why we look at things that are really important, why we wanted to go down the ISO 9001 route, because we actually get that voice of customer in. We're trying to deal with the important questions, not the easy to answer questions. And by doing this sort of process, it allows us to do that. If we see that we're developing tools that never ever get used, it's either because the technology hasn't caught up or the product development hasn't caught up, or we're not doing the right thing. So again, we have an option there of redesign or stop, and we do exactly the same thing. But you can see the breadth of things that have been used in pre-market. Earlier on in the plenary session, we talked about reducing animal testing. I reiterate that that is absolutely something that CDRH is intending to do, but it's not new for us. We've been doing this for decades. The first 7 Tesla MR scanner that you can see on the bottom right of your slide, that was cleared through CDRH with no clinical testing and no preclinical animal testing either, because they used this model to be able to predict what the specific absorption rate was going to be for all patients in that 7 Tesla scanner. So we've been doing this for a long time. Everything we do is about reducing the burden of testing for pre-market, and that literally links directly with innovation. So as I've said, our tools impact multiple areas. In the last 5 years, the virtual family has been used in all 8 OHTs. And then when we add in some of the others, then we see that rapidly we're actually affecting many, many of these different areas. And some of the tools are being adapted to different use. And that's incredibly pleasing for me to see. But before I get onto the knowledge check, which they're not difficult questions and there's no real exam, I promise. We're looking very much to try and expand the capacity of the Reg Science tools. Now, one of the important things is that there's no guarantee with the tool. It might be that you take one of our tools and you use it in an inappropriate way. So buyer beware. They should be used appropriately. We're very careful about giving as much help as we possibly can. But if you use a tool in the wrong way, it's like trying to do a compression test with something that isn't designed to do a compression test. It's not going to work properly. So I want everyone to know that there is no guarantee that your reviewer will absolutely accept the methodology at this point, because that leads us into a discussion that I'm sure someone will ask about, and we'll come on to the Medical Device Development Tools program. But these are tools that are there to help everybody who wants to use them. So, exam time. Who can use regulatory science tools? You can all read. Hands up for number 1. 2, 3, 4. And for those of you online, pretty much everyone answered correctly, which is everyone. They're publicly available. We encourage people to use them. Oh, green box as well. True or false? Regulatory science tools guarantee clearance or approval of your medical device application. Hands up if anyone thinks that's true. The clue was in the way I read that out, I think. Who thinks it might be false? Possibly. It is false. Yeah, clearly it doesn't give you any guarantee that your device is safe and effective for unleashing on the public. Okay, summary, and then we'll get on to questions. Our tools are publicly available. They help innovators because they allow them to look very early about if there is a fundamental flaw in their device. Because I'm a huge believer in design of a good product. If you design a bad product, it doesn't matter how good your clinical trial is, it's still a bad product. So we want to try and give as many tools as we can early. So before you get to design freeze, you've done everything you can to design a great product, because you'll get better commercial success that way. It's that simple. So we want to really target our innovators. And we state in our 9001 summary that our major customer is small innovators. Product development teams can actually have methods. They're always crying out for methods. And reviewers, certainly familiarity with methods is a good thing. It's standardization with a small s. I'm not going to impact on what Simon's going to talk about standards with a capital S. But standardization just means you are on the same page and you understand each other better. So I will stop there for now. And Kim, I would invite you back up here and we can have some questions.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Margerrison. Great. All right, so we're going to start off. I call, yes, our in-person audience, please go up to the mic if you have a question. We're going to start off with a question from our online audience. Dr. Sandrian?
Thank you. Can I suggest topics or areas for tools that are needed by industry?
Yeah, we would welcome things like that. I'll come back to what we said about wanting customer input into our areas. We won't guarantee to develop a tool, but we're also, as an organization, we're pretty small. We have about 130 scientists. They're phenomenal people, but they can't and shouldn't do everything themselves. So what we are very much going down now is an area where we do programmatic collaborations. We're looking to move the needle in a big way. So yeah, we absolutely welcome. We have a lot of collaborations with industry already. We have a lot of collaborations with academia, and the more the merrier. But we're looking for big collaborations. I'm less interested in let's do a tiny project than how are we going to move the needle in infection control, for example. We want to really tackle those big questions. But yeah, we welcome dialogue at any stage. I want to know where the big problems are to solve.
Great, thank you. All right, we're going to come to our in-person. Mike, sorry, go ahead.
Thanks, and thanks for your presentation. Can you give any advice in engaging your group during specific device review cycles and utilizing the tools, but maybe engaging your group to explain to maybe the review team the utility and proper use of the tool?
Yeah, it's feasible to do that, but my default would always be do it through your lead reviewer and the review team. You can, a lot of the time, if it's something that is, if we think about kind of a business model of what comes through CDRH, when a technology is very new, let's take AR/VR, for example, a few years ago. A lot of those AR/VR reviews were actually done within my area. And then they move through to OPEC, the major pre-market office, as they become more mature. So if it's something that is a relatively advanced technology, I hate to use the phrase, but something that's a little more new to the world, my guys will be involved anyway. But default, talk to your review team. CDRH review teams welcome interaction, because it's a long time since we did this sort of review in a vacuum where it will send you a letter after day 89 and see what comes back. Those days are gone. Default is talk to your review team, but if you think that you would like to get a different opinion, talk to them, because we take part in those things anyway.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go back to our online question.
Thank you. So if there's a regulatory science tool available, are they mandatory for a pre-market submission or are they recommendation?
They are absolutely not mandatory. They're totally voluntary. They are there really just to go out there and use them if you like. If you believe you have a better method for evaluating the safety or effectiveness of your device, we'd rather use the one that's more applicable to your device.
Great. Thanks. We're going to come to our in-person mic.
Hi, thanks for the update. And then the catalog looks great at following the new update. So I saw that there are a handful of data sets on there, and I kind of wanted to ask a more speculative question about the use of potential synthetic data sets on the RST catalog. I don't know if you guys are looking into that, if you could provide some maybe ideas about the direction that you're going forward in that area.
Absolutely. We've been cogitating on this a lot. My belief at this point in time is that development of AI that we can really trust, because at the moment it gives you plausible answers, not truth. We know that that is incredibly information and data hungry. but it's not just quantity, it's quality. And at some stage very soon, I believe we're going to run out of both of those things for certain applications. So the answer is synthetic data, digital twins, that whole area. Exactly what it looks like, we don't know at this point, but it's something we're taking extremely seriously. But to me, it all comes back to this whole being able to quantify how good your models are. Right now, we're not very good at that. We're very good at quantifying if your model has to separate blue and red balls into blue and red balls because you've got a very good metric for how good it is. Other things that are predictive, you just don't know. So that's a very difficult thing. Synthetic data is going to help us in that in terms of providing, I believe, greater quantity and quality of training data sets and then the subsequent validation sets and things like that. Another area that we're just about to start to work on in conjunction with ARPA-H is a federated data model whereby you can introduce effectively a QC step into some images. Because if you want to develop some sort of application or device that is an imaging diagnostic device, you can get lots of images, but you have no idea what percentage of those aren't actually helping your development. So if we can have, we're aiming towards developing the rule set around a federated data model, whereby if you've got a specific application in mind, then there will be a methodology for selecting more appropriate data and information for it. You get better training, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a huge area. We don't know what it will look like, but we are beginning to push out. We will be doing more data sets in the future. Some of ours are actually at the moment not housed in our own Reg Science tool catalog. For example, the in silico clinical trial I mentioned earlier under the name of Victory, which is VICTRE, that's actually housed at the National Institute for Health, their imaging cancer imaging archive. Just from a pure server perspective, it's they've got more capacity. But yeah, it's a huge area.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Thank you, Ed, for that response. Going to come back to online question.
Thank you. Yes. Can you please talk a little bit about how a method or tool gets adopted as an RST? What sort of vetting or evaluation takes place to be included in the catalog?
Yes, I can. Absolutely. First and foremost, they are all done where a member of OCEL is part of the team that develops it. Then we go through effectively a two-stage QC process. The first is that they are based on a peer-reviewed scientific publication. I'll come back. That's not our product. Our product is the RST. The validation is the publication. And of course, we have an internal QC peer review as well. So we have two independent peer reviews, and then I sign the paperwork. That's pretty much it. It's a little more complicated than that because we make sure that it's something that is fit for purpose. In other words, if someone picks it up, can they use it? Just a quick show of hands in the room. I know we can't online. How many people have tried to replicate a method from a peer-reviewed article and it didn't quite work? Has anyone had that experience? Yes, a lot of hands going up in the room. We're trying to get over that by not just publishing the... I have a lot of confidence in the quality of the science that my scientists and engineers do. I have less confidence that people can follow a method easily, and we're trying to help out wherever we can on that.
Thank you, Dr. Margerrison. All right, we're going to come to our in-person mic.
Yes, thank you. Question, especially for small businesses, time to market cost is a big deal. So biocompatibility can be both. Has there been any consideration to creating a public database of existing biocompatibility tests for materials or like off-the-shelf parts like enclosures, cable assemblies, et cetera, so that, you know, if company X has already done this, that we don't have to redundantly spend the time and money to replicate the same biocompatibility test set. Anyways.
I thought I was having a morning off biocompatibility this morning. Yeah, it's a complex area. One area that I think, let me say one thing first. We regulate the device, not materials. And I think that the best answer to that right now is the master file program. So I know of many, many master files where the material is part of that master file, or it's the entire master file, which gives us some help on that. But there's a lot of things we're doing in the biocompatibility area to try and make it more transparent and consistent. Are we there yet? No, we're not. One of the things, actually, I'm going to twist this back to RSTs. We recently put out a data set last week, which will allow, we're trying to, again, move away from animal testing. One of the ways we do that is through chemical characterization with a subsequent toxicological risk analysis. Now, we get a lot of chemistry to our reviewers with hundreds of pages of chromatographs and things. Most of the time, the people who put those applications in say, trust us, the chemistry is really good. Okay. It's not always the case. So what we've done is put out a huge data set recently that allows people essentially to demonstrate to us that they have a broad detectability of lots of different chemicals, of different physicochemical properties across the spectrum of things we might see. So that, again, is another way that we're trying to standardize a lot of this testing so that it makes it easy. Because if I'm a contract research organization doing analytical testing, if I can then come to FDA and say, look, here's how broad my detectability is, it's good. Okay, now we know what we're talking about. It cuts out some of the extraneous stuff. But I think where you're aiming at, we'd love to get there. It's a heavy lift.
Yeah, thank you. Do we have another online question, Dr. Sandrin?
Yes, we do. So FDA also has the Medical Device Development Tools Program, or MDDT program. Can you explain the difference between RSTs and MDDTs?
Yeah, very happy to. I think about MDDTs as RSTs that have grown up a little bit. They are the major difference is they are still methods that evaluate the safety and or effectiveness of a device. MDDTs come with a very, very specific context of use. So if you're within that context of use, for example, it's used to measure the dimensions of an orthopedic bone plate. That'd be a rubbish one, but let's just say it is that. If you use it for anything else, you don't get any guarantee that that method will be accepted. If you use it within that context of use, then the regulatory reviewer will not ask any or many questions about that method. With an RST, you don't get that guarantee because what we're doing is trying to push out ones that are scientifically valid and accurate, push those out to the community, and the more that they get used, we may then qualify those as MDDTs for specific use where it's worth it. So MDDTs come with more of a guarantee that the method will be accepted by our reviewers, but a more limited context of use or scope. I'll be around all day. If anyone wants to talk about this further, I'm very happy to. It's a subtle distinction, but it's important to understand that subtlety because we're not being very prescriptive about what technology or whatever our tools can be used for. It means you don't have to develop a phantom or something like that. Use it for early development. If it's not appropriate, use something else. MDDTs are very much part of the regulatory process, and that's why they're important. Yes, they help early innovation as well, but to qualify an MDDT takes a lot of effort. And so we're only going to qualify those ones that actually are worthy of qualification.
Thank you. And thank you for that question online. We're going to come to our in-person mic.
Thanks for a great presentation. Quick question. Are there any plans to connect the RSTs with either guidance documents or specific product codes, kind of like how standards are used?
That's a really interesting question. Probably not plans, short-term plans to do it directly at the moment. But what we are seeing, which is a slightly different answer to your question, we do a lot of work in the orthopedic space, as you would imagine. What we're finding is a lot of the methods that we develop as RSTs are actually being adopted into international consensus standards significantly more quickly. So it's driving that adoption a little bit quicker. Now, the whole RST thing's a little bit new, so to some extent it's a bit of wishful thinking in what I'm saying, but we have seen that in the orthopedic space because many of you in this room have been on consensus standard committees. It's very difficult to reach consensus. But if there is a method that's been accepted and used already, people can kind of say, yeah, and buy into that. That makes sense. And we think we're beginning to see a little bit of that adoption, which is great. Linking directly to other things, it may come, maybe more through the MDDT process, I would imagine, because if you're not familiar with it, I'm sure someone around will be able to talk to you all about the safety and performance-based regulatory pathway, whereby for certain aspects of a device, if you hit certain critical performance thresholds, much easier pathway through the agency. So if you've got spinal cage and it's got a sufficient compressive strength, then we're fine with that. That actually, all that work really stemmed out of the development of RSTs, but we didn't call them that at the time. So there is this link. I don't think we know exactly what it may look like long term at this point, but I can see a very clear link between MDDTs and the safety and performance-based pathway, which has a guidance document. If you have insomnia, try that. It should work a treat. I'm going to be in trouble for that one, aren't I?
No, thank you very much for that question. Do we have one short, quick question, quick answer?
I can try. I was actually going to combine a couple of questions. There seem to be some questions about looking for tools that are available. So for people looking for specific types of tools, should they go to the catalog? And if they don't see some, is there any way to understand what's in development?
Yeah, we actually do want to push stuff out that's in development. But if you go to the CDRH public access webpage, look for OCEL, or this, I think there's a science and research page. Get to the OCEL website. That actually has a summary of the charter documents for each of the 20 or so regulatory research programs. So you can see what the big questions are that we're trying to solve. And that's where our process came in, and we're 9001 compliant, which I keep talking about, I'm sorry, but we did stakeholder engagement to say, what are the big problems you're trying to solve? Because then we can have a bigger, broader impact. And that is all available on our public website.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Sandrian. That's going to wrap up our question and answer segment for today. I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Margerrison for your call to action.
I think this will probably surprise anyone. Go to the catalogue, enjoy. Good luck. Thank you all very much. Oh, I get to, do I grant the lunch?
You do, yeah.
Enjoy your lunch.
Yeah. So I'm just going to give a few admin items. Sorry. First and foremost, we did receive a lost cell phone during earlier today. So if that was you, please go see and check in at the desk. I also, before we break for lunch, I wanted to remind you about 2 booths that we have for CDRH that are outside. Vidya and Eileen are here from DICE, and they are looking to update our CDRH Learn page, the one that we keep referring to with all the modules. And so we have a demo running. So we'd appreciate your feedback and your thoughts on that. And then also we are fortunate to have 2 of our social scientists here today, Jessica and Brian, and they are looking for feedback on our CDRH medical device web pages. And so we'd love your feedback on that and how to improve our web pages to better meet your needs. So please take some opportunity and stop by those 2 booths. But at this time, we're going to break for lunch. And so we will come back at 1:05 and start our afternoon sessions. So enjoy. hope you enjoyed lunch and you got your bellies full and you're going to stay wide awake for our afternoon sessions, hopefully. We have some engaging talks this afternoon. So we're looking forward to our presenters and their topics. Just a few, I don't have any other admin items other than to remind you to visit the 2 booths outside from CDRH. So the one with Eileen and Vidya on CDRH Learn, and then the other one with our social scientists on the web pages. So I know I saw some of you, so thank you so much for that feedback. That's extremely invaluable. So next up, we have, it's my pleasure to introduce you to Dr. Simon Chow, who will be presenting on Recognized Consensus Standards, the ultimate weapon to streamline conformity assessment and advance innovation. Dr. Chow is a senior policy advisor in the Division of Standards and Conformity Assessment within CDRH's Office of Readiness and Response in the Office of Strategic Partnerships and Technology Innovation. He has led a variety of FDA projects and initiatives related to medical imaging, directed computer tomography, and digital health policies. Prior to his work at FDA, he was the director of the Masters of Public Health program at the University of Kansas Medical Center and served as an assistant professor in the Department of Preventative Medicine. He received his master and doctorate in public health from the University of Southern California. Conformity to relevant standards promotes efficiencies and quality in regulatory review. Dr. Cho will explain during his session why and how medical device developers should rely on consensus standards to demonstrate a medical device is safe and effective in device submissions. So again, welcome, Dr. Chow, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Kim. Good afternoon. Hope everyone had a good lunch. I'll be talking to you primarily about standards and its role it plays in streamlining, innovating, and harmonizing. Some of the topics I'm going to cover are benefits of using consensus standards in device development and FDA review, explain why FDA standards may save some time, describe conformity assessment and the accreditation scheme for conformity assessment. It's a mouthful, but ASCA for short, and how to cite standards in eStar. So what are some benefits of leveraging consensus standards? The primary benefit for most of you in the audience, it'll reduce burden on the sponsors by harmonizing expectations across multiple jurisdictions. These standards we use are primarily international consensus standards. It improves device quality through the consensus process. Sometimes it takes years for this consensus to come together, but when it does come together, it was a panel of experts that agree on these standards and test methods will do what they're intended to do. Consensus standards always also encourage innovation and competition, promote regulatory science, and streamline conformity assessment. As opposed to consensus standards, terminology is very important in a lot of FDA domains. Recognition. What do we mean by recognition? It's FDA's formal identification of a standard after determining it's appropriate for manufacturers to declare conformance to meet relevant requirements. What is our role with standards? We definitely encourage stakeholders to nominate new standards for recognition. Anyone can nominate a standard for recognition by FDA. We recognize standards entirely, in part, or none of the recognition, and we actually publish our rationale when we don't recognize the particular standard. We actually have a separate web listing of our non-recognized standards. We update our recognition decisions on a regular basis, usually about twice a year, and we obviously withdraw standards as appropriate. This is a screenshot of our whole recognized standards database, which you can see there are many fields you can search from, anything from keywords to the recognition number to pro codes. FDA standards have our confidence that conformity will support your device claims. The regulatory submissions may have fewer deficiencies, and multiple jurisdictions use standards for conformity assessment. Many of you will run into this in eStar. I'll cover later in my talk, but there's a section called the Declaration of Conformity. It's simply a tool that concisely conveys key information to us, and it uses recognized standards and reduces the need for additional documentation submitted. If you read the appropriate use of voluntary consensus standards guidance document, there's a section in there that describes this in detail. It's the general use of standards. What do we mean by general use? Instead of submitting a declaration of conformity, you're using a non-recognized standard, or you can use a recognized standards where you've made changes to the test method, or you can just cite a recognized standard and decide not to sign off on the DOC and just submit it in eStar. But keep in mind that any general use of a standard will need a complete test report. The hundreds of pages of that complete test report. Switching gears here, talking about conformity assessment. About 6 years ago, we started a pilot program called ASCA, Accreditation Scheme for Conformity Assessment. That pilot program has become permanent as of last fall. What do we mean by conformity assessment? It's a demonstration that specified requirements relating to a product are fulfilled. How do we go about doing it? Usually through testing, inspection, and/or certification. What is the device sponsor's role in a conformity assessment scheme? The device sponsor uses standards to address these regulatory requirements, can support their submission with testing, work with test labs to develop a test plan. That's a key aspect of ASCA. And finally, submit a very short, brief summary test report to FDA. What is our own role in conformity assessment? We set up this scheme. It's a technical term, but basically this model for conformity assessment. We recommend the sponsors conform to consensus standards, encourage the use of recognized standards, and obviously participate in our ASCA program that's now permanent. And of course, we will review those test methods, and I'll show you examples of what's submitted to the FDA. So ASCA, what does it do? It capitalizes on these FDA-recognized voluntary consensus standards. ASCA is a voluntary program. You don't have to use it, but we highly encourage it. It leverages international standards such as 17011 and 17025. We didn't want to reinvent the wheel. There are already standards for building up this ASCA program. And we want to put standards to work. What ASCA accreditation means, it's a new relationship we've developed. There's a two-step process from an administrative standpoint. We have 5 accreditation bodies as part of ASCA and over 100 test labs. So a test lab has to first go to an accreditation body to get initial recognition, and then they come to us, the FDA, to get the final ASCA accreditation step. So quality and confidence is built into the ASCA scheme. Okay, and usually there's no need to review a test report, the complete test report in regulatory submission. What are some of the advantages of ASCA? Removes the guesswork about how to appropriately use standards. It reduces the FDA time to review the conformity assessment element of the pre-market submission. Usually fewer deficiencies, fewer extensive internal FDA consults, improves the quality of testing and reporting. And I'll outline this in 2 specific real-world examples I'll go over. So the overall goal of the accreditation scheme for conformity assessment was to streamline pre-market review. We leveraged this ASCA DOC and an ASCA summary test report. What should be included in an ASCA pre-market submission? The cover letter, which is part of eStar, the DOC, which is also part of eStar, and the ASCA summary test report. If you're using the Basic Safety Essential Performance family of standards, there's a separate summary test report template in that guidance, and also one for biocompatibility. Here's just a screenshot of the two examples. One on the left is the Declaration of Conformity for Basic Safety Essential Performance standards, and the one on the right is a snapshot of a biocompatibility summary test report. Based on which specific test method, there's an example test report in that specific guidance that's referenced at the bottom. So here's a real world example of a submission of a wound therapy device. Okay, it's a negative pressure wound therapy powered suction pump, promotes wound healing by removal of infectious material. This particular device but leverages specific 60601 standards there. So when we compare non-ASCA testing versus testing from an ASCA accredited test lab, you'll see for the 60601 series, there was no need for consult for the ASCA testing, a vast difference in only 20 pages needed, and the review time for that portion was under an hour, and there were no deficiencies identified. Another example, a real-world example, is a Lancet submission that requires biocompatibility testing, and you'll see those three test methods: intracutaneous reactivity irritation, guinea pig maximization sensitization, and mammalian cytotox testing. Similar to Basic Safety and Essential Performance, we compared the complete test report versus test report from an ASCA accredited test lab. And you'll see significant difference in the number of pages of the test report, the reduction in review time, and no deficiencies identified again. Switching gears, I know this morning's session did a great introduction of eStar. It is a dynamic PDF submission template that walks you, the sponsor, through the 510K. There's non-IVD, IVD, and early submission templates you can find on the eStar device advice page. When you get to the administrative information section near the top of the eStar, you'll see a specific section for standards. The beauty of this PDF is when you find the recognition number, like 1-108, what have you, the PDF will automatically populate the organization, the title, and the designation number. So in this case, 2-296, you don't have to type in the rest. ISO 10993-10, 4th edition, 2021, and the title of the standard will be populated for you. And then you'll see at the bottom there that you can add additional standards. And as I discussed, for each standard, you do have to indicate, are you using this standard for general use, including a declaration of conformity, or a declaration of conformity from an ASCA accredited test lab? Near the bottom of the administrative documentation section of eStar, you'll find the section. It's right after the truthful and accurate statement, verification statement, the declaration of conformity. Here also, the company name, the sponsor address, all that should be pre-populated. All you would have to do is type in signature, and it'll take care, the eStar will take care of the rest. Why should manufacturers cite FDA recognized standards in device submissions? Show of hands. 1, 2, 3. Everyone's voting for 4? The answer is 1. Recognize standards as FDA's confidence that compliance with them will fulfill a regulatory expectation. Why should you use the ASCA program? Improves the quality of testing. There'll be fewer deficiencies. Complete test reports are generally not needed. Or all the above. That is correct. All the above. Here are some links to our databases, device advice, and the specific guidances I mentioned, the basic safety, the 60601, that's slide number 22, biocompatibility testing guidance, that's from slide 22 also. Okay, here's some additional resource links to the eStar. You can always contact us directly at the Division of Standards and Conformity Assessment, or you can email us straight to the ASCA program. In summary, consensus standards offer many advantages in device development and FDA review. Users FDA recognizes standards may save time that I've outlined in real world examples. And we reviewed conformity assessment and what ASCA is about and some of the benefits. And the standards may be easily cited in eStar. It's definitely a nice tool to have in your back pocket.
Thank you, Dr. Choi. Okay, so now we're going to move into our questions for our presenter. We're going to start off with an online question, but again, for our in-person audience, please come up to the mic and we will call on you as we can. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Gabrielle Sandrine, who is our online moderator, and she will provide us our first question.
Thank you. How many recognized consensus standards are usually leveraged for a pre-market submission?
If you just look at the 510Ks that come in over the years, on average, about 8 or 9 standards are leveraged. And the reason we chose basic safety and essential performance and biocompatibility when we were a pilot program at ASCA, they're the most commonly leveraged standards, basic safety, essential performance, and the biocompatibility standards. But on average, 8 to 9 standards per 510K.
Thank you for that question. We're going to come to our first question in person.
Any recommendations on how to document and utilize partially recognized standards such as chemical characterization standards?
As far as documentation, our earlier faculty already mentioned, if you don't document, we don't know what happened, right? So if it's from if you get a complete test report, you can submit that for ASCA. If you're using an ASCA accredited test lab, we don't recommend you submit the complete test report, just the summary test report. So chemical characterization, I don't know what specific test method that is, but if it's not part of ASCA, you can actually submit the complete test report with the 510K.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. We'll go back to an online question.
If a standard changes and we have conformed to a previous version of the standard, do we need to repeat testing to conform with the latest version?
Usually not, so that we get that question a lot. So if you've already submitted the 510K and got it cleared, we don't want to retroactively put in something in place because a new version came out today. But let's say the lead reviewer is reviewing it now and a new version came out a week ago, they may ask additional questions, but it depends kind of answer.
Thanks. Okay, we'll come to our in-person.
Thank you for your talk. The question that I have is, do you have a rough geographic distribution of these ASCA labs? Like, are they mostly centered in one part of the country? Or are they easily available across the entire, United States or other places?
Great question. We do have ASCA accredited labs throughout the world, not in every country, not in every state. If you have very heavy equipment or medical device you're shipping out for testing, but they are distributed not evenly, but throughout the United States. But we have international labs, ASCA accredited labs in Europe, China, Japan, Korea. There's a list. If you just type in FDA ASCA test lab, you go straight to our page, you'll see a listing and you can sort by geography.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for that question. I'm going to go back to a question from our online audience.
Can you provide an example of a deviation to a standard? Can you deviate from the standard and still provide a declaration of conformity?
Unfortunately, if you have a deviation, you cannot submit a declaration of conformity to. You would document that, and a deviation is like you change the test method for specific use to that particular device. So if you deviated for electromagnetic EMC testing, you change the parameters of the test method and therefore cannot use a DOC.
Thank you, Simon. Okay, so coming up to the mic, another question in person.
My question is about the non-recognized consensus standards. So what would happen, or what would be the scenario if someone submitted a pre-market submission trying to claim that they have used a standard that's a non-recognized standard?
That is fine. That's considered general use. And in E-Star, you would choose general use. You don't have to use a FDA recognized standard. We highly encourage that. But if you use a non-recognized standard, that's just general use. You're leveraging that standard and you cannot do a declaration of conformity. So you can still submit it.
So the non-recognition doesn't bar its use. It's just.
Correct.
Okay.
Great, thank you for that question. Okay, we're going to go back to another online question.
Thank you. There were a lot of questions about the term general use. I think you may have just answered that, but if there's anything else you want to add for answering questions about what general use of a standard means.
General use is everything that's not use of a declaration of conformity. So it's basically when you have a modification, a deviation, or leveraging a standard that's not FDA recognized. It's covered in the appropriate use of voluntary consensus standards guidance document. I highly encourage the people, specific people that ask that question, to refer to that particular guidance document.
Great, thanks. No more in-person questions, but if you guys have one, please come to the mic. But I'm going to go back to an online question.
Yes, there's another question. How do you suggest identifying applicable standards for developing your device?
It's a very good question. In our recognized standards database, you could search by pro code. You'll see one of the fields, if you go to our home page, there's a search field by pro code. So assuming you know the pro code applicable for your device, you type that pro code in, it'll tell you the standards, and there's a two-step process. There's a thing called the supplementary information sheet. That information sheet will give you even more details about that particular standard, the version, and the pro codes that are associated with those standards.
Yeah, and I know Kendra mentioned it too. That's under that medical device databases link. That's the product classification database, which I think everybody in DICE is very familiar with and highly encourages you to become familiar with. So that is definitely has a wealth of information there. So do we have another online question?
Yeah, there's some questions about joining ASCA, how to join ASCA, and also for labs that do exist, how many are there?
I'll answer the second question first. Right now, we have 105 ASCA accredited test labs, 5 are biocompatibility test lab, and 100 are basic safety and essential performance test lab. I'll remind the audience that if you're a medical device company and you have an in-house test lab, they are not excluded from applying. So even an in-house test lab from a medical device company can apply. There's a two-step process. That test lab has to first go to one of our 5 accreditation bodies that are listed on the ASCA webpage to get the initial step accreditation. And then they apply to FDA for ASCA accreditation. So it's a two-step process to become an ASCA accredited test lab.
Okay, I mean, we're going to go back to another online question. Our online attendees have a great opportunity here to ask a bunch of questions.
Can you explain what areas ASCA will expand to?
We just had a public meeting about that last month, and we will continue to work on that. We don't have the answer for that right now, but we have a lot of good ideas that we're considering.
Okay. We'll take another online question if they're still coming in.
Yeah. Do you post a list of non-recognized standards?
Yes, if you just do a search on FDA non-recognized standards, you should be taken straight to that webpage. It will list our non-recognized standards, the dates, and the rationales behind our non-recognition.
Thank you. We still have time for some more questions coming from online, or we can come in person. Go ahead.
I'll come back up. You mentioned that in-house labs can get ASCA accreditation. So to have accreditation, are you required to take in outside, devices, or do you just, once you have it, you can just use it on only your own devices and not have to, rephrasing it, but there are 105 ASCA accredited sites. Are they required to take in outside submissions or not?
We don't get into the business end. Once they're ASCA accredited, they determine who their customers are. So in your scenario where X company has an in-house lab and they become ASCA accredited, that's a business decision that they can do no testing to any customer that comes to the door, or they can decide to only limit it to their own products. That's a business decision that we don't refrain them from. We don't have no control over who their customers are.
Thank you.
One requirement of these ASCA accredited test labs are they have to go to a US-based accreditation body. And that's why we do have international labs in Israel, and you'll see the entire list on our website. But the accreditation bodies are US-based. There's 5 accreditation bodies. Some labs actually go to 2 accreditation bodies because not every accreditation body has the entire scope of standards. For instance, biocompatibility.
Thank you.
Thanks, Simon. Okay, we're going to take another online question.
So this is a question about using the recognized standards database. If someone is interested in understanding whether that we recognize the European version of a standard, the EN version, how would they be able to tell? For example, EN 14971, could they tell if that was recognized by the FDA?
Yeah, they would simply go to the recognized standards database, either type in the title or the organization, narrow it down, and they'll actually see the recognition number. If it doesn't appear, it's likely that they didn't do a proper search, but more likely it's not recognized.
Thanks. Okay, do we have another online question?
Yes. So can you elaborate on the difference between the documents required for a declaration of conformity versus declaration of conformity with ASCA?
So declaration of conformity with ASCA just means that you've contracted out with the ASCA accredited test lab, one of the 105 that we have listed on our website. And the ASCA summary test report will be shorter than a complete test report. And the other major difference is, of course, the cover letter. A lot of sponsors forget to mention, we actually ask you, it's an attachment. One of the first things you do when you see eStar is attach your cover letter. Please mention that you use the ASCA accredited lab in that cover letter. That will be a hint to the lead reviewer that opens your file. Hey, this submission, 510K, includes testing from an ASCA accredited lab.
Thanks, Simon. Are they still coming in? So some online questions?
I do have some more. So can you elaborate on what the 5 accredited bodies are?
Yes, these are US accreditation bodies. They're under 17011. So we leverage 17011 and 17025. So these accreditation bodies will send out technical assessors to do an assessment of a test lab, to actually witness how they're doing the testing, primarily do a quality check. The accreditation body's role is to do that check, send the documentation to us, and then we'll look at the complete application from the applicant, the test lab.
I'll keep coming back unless I see anybody stand up in person. We're just going to give our online attendees lots of opportunities to ask questions.
Okay, here's another one about product codes, and there have been a couple related to product codes. So for an FDA product code that lists recognized consensus standards, are these standards voluntary or is the product required to meet the standard?
All recognized consensus standards are voluntary. So you don't have to use it. Just because you found it in the CIS at the bottom of that pro code doesn't mean you have to use it. We highly encourage, due to all the benefits I've mentioned during my speech, but they are voluntary. This entire program is voluntary, including ASCA. So you don't have to, but we highly encourage that you do use the standards that are mentioned at the bottom of the CIS, supplementary information sheet.
Great. Okay, we'll take another. Oh, all right. Thank you.
Hi, thanks. I'm curious, can you speak to how the agency holds companies accountable when they claim conformity to a recognized consensus standard?
Excellent question. So not only do sponsors sign off on the truthful and accuracy statement, but there's a reason, and it's leveraging these international standards. There's a legal document you sign right after the truthful and accuracy statement. It's you're declaring conformity to all the standards up above, and your representative from that sponsor is signing off that you're declaring conformity. So it's a legally binding declaration of conformity. That's the main reason we have that in there. We don't have that just to fill out more paperwork for you guys.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take another online question.
So this is a question about what to submit for review. If for a declaration of conformity from a non-ASCA test lab, do we also submit a summary report or is a full report required?
You do not submit you don't have a summary test report. So if it didn't come from an ASCA accredited test lab, usually when you contract with the ASCA accredited test lab, they will give to the sponsor the complete test report and the summary test report. So for the ASCA declaration of conformity with ASCA, they would submit the summary test report only. We don't want the complete test report, but for the non-ASCA DOC, you do submit the complete test report. But I do refer you to the appropriate use guidance, because there it'll tell you, depends on if the test method is clear or not. There's many scenarios on whether you need to submit the complete test report. If the test method is very clear, right, then they may not have to.
Yeah, this is Carrie Woods. I'm the director of the Division of Standards and Conformity Assessment. I was going to add a little bit to Simon's answer on that one. When you declare conformity to a standard that's not in the ASCA program, again, you look at that appropriate use guidance document, because the declaration of conformity isn't just that sheet of paper that somebody signs. It also includes the supporting information that goes with it. And the information depends on the specific, if we're talking about test methods, the test method. If the test method is a clearly defined method that has clear acceptance criteria, then you just have to say, it conforms to that standard. If it's something that doesn't have an acceptance criterion, then you can give a summary, but it does have a well-defined test method, then you can give just a summary of the results of the test method, but then you need to explain why you chose the acceptance criteria you chose and why they're appropriate for your device. If it is something that doesn't have an acceptance criterion, which is the case for a lot of test methods, and it doesn't have a well-defined test method, then you will have to give us the complete test report. But again, generally, if you're declaring conformity to a standard, the amount of information you have to provide is less than if you just did general use.
Thanks, Terry. And thanks, Simon. And I think we have time for maybe one or two more questions. In person, please feel free, ask your questions. But we'll take another online question.
Okay. So this is a question about non-recognized standards, which we've got into a little bit already with the general use. But does FDA accept test reports for non-recognized standards?
Yeah, they need to submit it with the 510K, but it won't be a ASCA summary test report. It'll be the complete test report.
Yeah, and again, just so you know, there's about 1,500 recognized standards and only a handful of not recognized standards. So there really aren't many not recognized standards, but you're welcome to use them if you want to. You'll just need to give us the complete test report with that not recognized standard. And also, if you go and look at those recognized standards, we give a very detailed reason as to why we don't recognize them. So you might think about whether this really is appropriate for your device and for this application. But again, if that's what you want to do, you're more than welcome to use a not recognized standard.
Okay, we'll go, maybe have time for one more question from online.
Great. What kind of training is FDA doing for review staff?
Great question. Since ASCA was a pilot program, we've done a lot of in-person as well as online training of our review staff. And we have regular seminars with the CDRH staff about the updates to the ASCA program now that it's a permanent program.
All right. Are there, I don't know, is there another online question? We have time for maybe a quick question. Simon, you're okay with a quick question, quick answer?
So there's a question about third-party review. So is there alignment between FDA reviewers and third-party reviewers for submission in terms of standards?
For ASCA, third party is excluded from the ASCA program.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna turn it back over to you for your call to action.
So I want you to become familiar with consensus standards and their benefits. We want to cite FDA recognized standards in device submissions. Generally, less documentation is needed than the general use of standards. And we highly encourage you to participate. It is voluntary, but participate in the ASCA program. If you have any questions about the ASCA program, feel free to contact us. Thank you for all the questions.
All right. So we have a couple minutes. We're gonna go ahead and move through. Next, I can actually, you know what? You come up here. I'll go down here. Next up, I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Christina Savisaar, who will be presenting on the topic of regulation of medical device clinical trials and innovation in clinical evidence generation. Dr. Savisaar has been with the FDA for 13 years. She currently serves as a policy analyst within the Office of Clinical Evidence and Analysis, or what's also referred to as OSEA. We like acronyms again. This office is in CDRH, and this team provides regulatory guidance to both internal and external stakeholders regarding the interpretation and application of policies and procedures related to the Investigational Device Exemption, or IDE program, expanded access, breakthrough, and safer technology programs, as well as to clinical trials and human subject protection matters and device investigations. Prior to joining OSEA in 2020, she served in a variety of roles such as pre-market review lead and developing and implementing regulatory policy for the Unique Device Identification, or UDI program. She received her bachelor's in biomedical engineering from Rensselaer Polytech Institute, never say that right, and her doctorate from the University of Iowa in biomedical engineering. Prior to joining FDA, she held various research roles in the medical device industry and academia. Today, Dr. Savisaar will discuss the IDE regulations and provide an overview of innovative regulatory programs that may be utilized to help support clinical evidence generation and promote the advancement of transformative technologies in healthcare. I'd now like to turn over to Dr. Savisaar.
Hello, everyone in the room and online. Some diagnoses bring really dark times for patients, their loved ones, and their caregivers. So medical device industry innovation is vital to addressing unmet needs for all patients. But patient safety is also paramount. And so there are regulatory boundaries. But it's important to understand that within those regulatory boundaries, there is tremendous flexibility for clinical trial innovation and for new approaches to clinical evidence generation. And while we can't promise participants in clinical trials, we can't guarantee them benefit, sometimes the opportunity to participate can change everything. So my CDRH colleagues and I are very passionate about clinical trials because they play such an important role in device innovation. I could talk on this topic for hours, but they only gave me 25 minutes today. So I'm going to limit myself to 4 objectives. First, describing the different levels of applicability of the investigational exemption or IDE regulations, which exist to support device clinical trials. Then discussing real-world evidence for clinical evidence generation, which can really save time and cost in generating clinical evidence. And then we'll move into the potential role of early feasibility studies. And I will wrap up describing 2 regulatory programs that support device innovation, the Breakthrough Devices Program and the Safer Technologies Program, or STEP. So starting off with applicability of the IDE regulations. Although our focus is mostly on the investigational device exemption regulations under 812. It is very important to understand that 812 is not the only regulation that applies to device clinical trials. 812 works in conjunction with 2 other regulations, 21 CFR 50, which covers human subject protections and informed consent, and 21 CFR 56, which allows for independent ethics review by IRBs. We refer to these collectively as good clinical practice regulations, or GCP. It's very important to follow GCP because when GCP is followed, not only are we assured human subject protection, but we have assurance that the data are accurate and can be relied upon. I'm going to take a moment to talk about the purpose of the IDE regs, which is reflected in the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetics Act. The IDE regs are designed to encourage discovery and development of useful devices through clinical trials, but only to the extent that it's consistent with protection of public health and safety. There's always a lot of misinformation out there about FDA and that we just live to disapprove clinical trials. And it's actually quite the opposite. Review teams looking at IDEs really work hard to engage with sponsors and to resolve safety issues so that studies can be approved and clinical trials can go forward as soon as possible. We get the question, why is it called an exemption? In order to put a device out in distribution for commercial use, there's many, many requirements under the FD&C Act you have to comply with, but similar to the charge in the statute of minimizing burdens for clinical trial research, an approved IDE provides exemption from many of the requirements of the Act. So there are a few things you need to do before you can initiate a clinical study. So when is an IDE needed? This is starting from the perspective of knowing that you have a device study. I think Kendra Holter spoke this morning a bit about this question of, is it a device? Is it a device study? And this isn't, I won't get too into this, but just rest assured, if you're not sure, you're not alone, especially when it comes to digital health products and combination products. But if you know you have a device study, the next decision is it exempt? Is it non-significant risk? Is it significant risk? The IDE regulations apply quite broadly to all clinical investigations of devices to determine safety and effectiveness. And so this doesn't mean it has to be the definitive pivotal study that's going to establish safety and effectiveness. Can I even implant this thing is a safety and effectiveness question. And so we're talking about large pivotal studies, small feasibility studies, industry-sponsored studies, studies that are sponsored by individual academic investigators. And there's no requirement in here that it has to be something that's going to be supporting a marketing application. But not all uses of unapproved devices constitute research. And so I want to talk for a minute about practice of medicine. When FDA authorizes the legal marketing of a device, and it goes out into the world for use by practitioners to care for their patients, those practitioners can use their best judgment to act in the best interest of their patient. And they can use the device in any way they see fit for treating or diagnosing the patient in the context of a patient-practitioner relationship. And it may be exactly the way FDA labeled it, and it may be different from how FDA labeled it. But under practice of medicine, you don't have to think about IDEs. And this is different. This is about the practitioner-patient relationship. This is different than prospectively deciding how you're going to treat the next 10 patients that walk through your door. That gets a little more into research. So when is an IDE needed? If I know I have a clinical investigation of safety and effectiveness, the first question a sponsor has to ask themselves is this exempt? And how would you know? Exempted studies are listed under 21 CFR 812.2C. One example is if I'm looking at the safety and effectiveness of a device that's legally marketed in a manner that's in accordance with its labeling, that would be exempt under 812. When the study is exempt, you don't need a submission of an IDE application to FDA, but don't forget GCP, right? It may be subject to 50 and 56, and don't forget to think about that. So if you look at the list of types of exempt studies and you're in the realm of not exempt, the next step is to do a study risk determination to figure out if the study is significant risk or non-significant risk. And when the study is significant risk, the full requirements under 812 apply. And when a study is non-significant risk, only some of the requirements under 812 apply. So what is a significant risk study? A significant risk device presents a potential for serious risk to health, safety, and welfare of a subject. I'm just going to stop for a minute. That potential, we're talking about the nature of harms, what could go wrong, and we consider this before we've applied risk mitigations. So is there a potential for serious risk, and it's an implant or life-sustaining and life-supporting, or of substantial importance in diagnosing, curing, mitigating, or treating disease, or preventing impairment of human health, or it's none of these things, but it otherwise poses such a risk. Another important thing to understand is that although we have this definition of significant risk device, these are decisions made on a per protocol basis because study risk depends on the proposed use of the device in the investigation and not on the device alone. So you could have the same unapproved device that in one protocol is NSR, and in another protocol, there is that potential for serious risk, and it's SR. When you have a significant risk study, as I said, full IDE requirements apply. So the sponsor is responsible for submitting an IDE application to FDA. We have a 30-day statutory review of these submissions. And then in addition to getting FDA approval, the sponsor also needs IRB approval before they can start the study. So if you do the study risk determination and there's really not a potential for serious risks to health, but this is for a study that's not exempt, you wind up in the category of non-significant risk or NSR. And for NSR studies, the IRB serves as FDA surrogate for the review. So when you get an IRB approval for an NSR study, you are considered to have an approved IDE application. You do have to meet some of the requirements under 812 as listed above. So there's some records and reporting, labeling, informed consent, IRB approval. So let's pause for a knowledge check. What action should a sponsor take after concluding their device investigation is exempt under IDE regulations? 1, initiate the study. 2, submit an IDE application to FDA. Or 3, consult the IRB. If you said consult the IRB, you are correct. You just want to make sure that IRB thinks that you're exempt as well. So switching gears a little bit to real world evidence for clinical evidence generation. In order to talk about real world evidence, another term we have to understand is RWD, or real world data. This is data relating to patient health status and or healthcare delivery that's routinely collected from a variety of sources. So there's not, unlike a clinical trial, there's no dedicated research infrastructure for this. But if I want to analyze that data and use that data, what results from the analysis of real world data is real world evidence. Real world evidence is clinical evidence regarding the usage and potential benefits or risks of a medical product that's derived from real world data. So the images on the right side of the slide just illustrate some examples of real world data sources. Electronic medical records, claim forms, registries, patient-generated data, such as from wearables, device-generated data, the list goes on. The concept of real-world evidence is not actually new. It's always been out there, but there was a time that in order to look at some of the data and collect real-world data, you would have to go to the paper charts in the institution where the patient was treated. They might send you to the basement to look for the x-ray films. And what really has changed and why we're seeing such increased utilization of this is that we are living in a world where so much of our healthcare experience is digital. And so we have massive, massive amounts of patient data generated by encounters with the healthcare system. And we have cloud computing and other tools that really increases the use to the ability to efficiently evaluate devices using real world evidence. And we have seen real world evidence use, excuse me, for literally every part of the product life cycle, from hypothesis generation for trials to post-market surveillance to supporting new indications for use and marketing submissions. So because of this increased opportunity with real world evidence, in 2017, we published a final guidance on real world evidence. You should know that at the end of last year, we put out draft guidance proposing some updates. And after we finished considering the comments, there will be updated guidance that supersedes the 2017 guidance that's now in effect. But the draft guidance is basically intended to clarify how we evaluate real world data quality when considering if the data can serve as real world evidence for regulatory purposes. And it also provides additional recommendations to sponsors who are considering using real world data. So another gear shift, the role of early feasibility studies. This is a very simplistic and somewhat naive of medical device description of medical device development. I have my discovery and invention. I do my preclinical testing, all the preclinical testing I'm ever going to do. I move on to clinical study, and I never look back. But some of you in the audience who are experienced with device development will know that, first of all, preclinical testing is kind of a misnomer. Non-clinical testing is maybe a better term because these arrows don't go in one direction. Like, this is cyclical, and at any stage you may be moving in the other direction, going back to non-clinical testing after you started a clinical study. And sometimes this may be anticipated, this may not be anticipated. But one place where it's often anticipated that the information you're gathering from a clinical investigation may be informing your non-clinical testing and your design finalization is in early feasibility studies. So what is an early feasibility study? It's a limited clinical investigation of a device early in development. Typically, this is occurring before the device design is even finalized. Because you get to a point with non-clinical testing that it can only take you so far, and you could do more non-clinical testing, but if I don't know what methods are appropriate to predict the clinical result, it's not going to reduce the uncertainty that I have going into clinical use. So because of the stage of development that's at and the level of uncertainty, these studies are usually a very small number of subjects, less than 10 to 15. They're sometimes first in human experience. They don't necessarily have to be. And the EFS program was launched, October was the 10-year anniversary of the guidance. But I'm talking about it here at REdI because our theme is innovation. And although from its inception, it has supported the development of innovative devices literally in product areas throughout CDRH, we sometimes find that people are still not aware of the early feasibility study program, or maybe they just don't recognize the opportunities. I mean, come on, you're going to go through getting an IDE application approved to study 5 subjects. Why not study 200? But this program really is valuable, bringing devices to clinical investigators at a time that they still may be involved with design input and fine-tuning, surgical technique, human factors. It can give proof of principle. It can inform clinical study changes. It can inform non-clinical testing. And on top of all of these things, remember where we were at the beginning of this talk. It also facilitates earlier patient access to potentially beneficial devices. So I'm going to conclude by talking about the Breakthrough Devices Program and the Safer Technologies Program. Both of these voluntary programs are intended to provide patients and healthcare providers with earlier access to innovative devices. This is by expediting the assessment, development, and review of the devices that meet the criteria for the program. I'm not going to have a lot of time to go into great depth here, but the links on the bottom of the slide are each of the guidance documents for these programs that have a lot more detail. On a high level, the Breakthrough Devices Program is intended for devices that provide for more effective treatment or diagnosis of life-threatening or irreversibly debilitating diseases or conditions. In contrast, STEP is for treatments and diagnostics that target diseases and conditions that are of a less serious nature than those that would be eligible for breakthrough, but it's for devices with those indications that are expected to significantly improve the safety. So the programs share similar principles and benefits. If people choose to participate in the program, after an entrance request is granted, there are various mechanisms, some programs specific, that can be used to get feedback from FDA. And this is done prior to the submission of a 510K de novo or PMA. But the underlying principles are interactive and timely communication, prioritize review of breakthrough and STEP submissions, an enhanced opportunity for pre-post-market balance, and efficient and flexible clinical study design. And those feedback mechanisms that are program specific include sprint discussions, which are generally focused on one topic, such as a clinical testing protocol, and they allow for iteration between FDA and the sponsor to resolve issues. Data development plans, which give a high-level overview of non-clinical and clinical testing planned for the device. And traditional pre-submissions, so meetings and teleconferences, where you can have a variety of questions answered, status updates between the lead reviewer and the correspondent on the submission. And then for the Breakthrough Devices Program only, there's also an opportunity for clinical protocol agreements, which are legally binding agreements between FDA and the sponsor. So one more knowledge check. I must participate in the Breakthrough Devices Program if developing a clinical trial. 1, true. 2, false. And I had to throw in 3, it depends. So who thinks that is true? People are paying attention after lunch, thank you. It is false. This is a voluntary program, and you can enter the program anytime up until the marketing submission. So some sponsors come with a breakthrough device entrance request even after they've initiated their clinical trial, if they still have more development work to do. So here are some resources and my summary. I hope you can understand that IDE regulations balance the need to promote innovation and to provide access to novel products with protecting patient safety. And that's why there's this risk-based applicability. And there are opportunities for innovation in clinical trials and clinical evidence generation within the regulatory framework. And there are regulatory programs for enhanced sponsor engagement with FDA during device development for innovative products.
Thank you.
Next one. Oh, questions.
Yes, questions, the most
Sorry,
important
and
thing.
I don't know what I did. I'm back on Simon.
Oh, we're back on Simon.
Simon, are you going to answer my questions?
Simon's coming up. Let me see. Let's see. Oh, we'll just go through. Quick refresher. Oh my. All right. Keep going. Mitchell?
You got it, ma'am. You're doing well. Speed learning.
Yeah. No, you're fine. Almost there. Almost. There we go. Okay.
All right. Questions.
All right. So thank you, Dr. Savisaar. We're going to talk a little bit for question and answers. We have time. So of course, we're going to start with our online audience first. Dr. Gabrielle Sandrine, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you. May I seek IRB approval for a significant risk study before FDA has approved my IDE application?
May you seek IDE approval for a significant risk study before FDA approval? That's a great question. I presented this like, oh, the FDA approves your application and then the IRB does. That it's not necessarily that rigid. When you submit your IDE application, you can tell us what IRBs have looked at it or what IRBs you're planning on looking at it. But one of the things is that an IRB is constituted, for human subject protection and ethics. So they have scientists, non-scientists, and they have to determine that the risks have been adequately mitigated, even as in a significant risk study. So when you say, oh, I just have 17 biocompatibility reports and all this EMC testing and my fatigue testing, my corrosion testing, sometimes the IRB is going to say, have you gotten FDA approval yet? So there are IRBs that would be more conservative about granting approval before your IDE application has been approved by FDA.
Great response. Okay, we're going to come to our first in-person question.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jason Brook. Actually, I have two questions, if I may. First was on the significant risk device study definition. The first two elements, implanted, life-sustaining, are fairly objective. The last one is a squishy catch-all. The third one is a little challenging to interpret, and the third one being that it's for use in substantial importance in diagnosis, treating, curing a disease or medical condition. I'm curious, when you look at that element, do you look at it in the context of the clinical study or in the context of the product when it's going to be in commercial use? Meaning there could be a study where, say a software product that is collecting data and analyzing data, and the company's going to go off and show that it's either safe and or effective. But in the study itself, it's not really doing anything. There's no impact on diagnosis or treatment, but that in a commercial use, it would certainly be very impactful for diagnosis and or treatment. So are you looking, when you analyze whether something is a significant risk device study, are you looking at it in the context of the clinical study and its use there, or in its commercial use, or both?
It is on a protocol basis, and that is a great example because sometimes early in development, diagnostic studies, certain diagnostic studies can even be exempt because they're in parallel analyzing something that you're using the gold standard and you're not sharing the results, you're just internally comparing. And it's still like, does my device do what I think it does? It's still a safety and effectiveness question. But in that context, I think you might be at a place where you wouldn't say it poses the potential for serious risk because of what's happening in that protocol. Now you change that protocol, and this is my key diagnostic method, even though there are other gold standard approaches that could be riskier depending on what the disease and condition are. So that's a great example of why these things are protocol specific.
Got it. Okay, excellent. Thank you. And my second question is in the context of early feasibility study. Have you guys looked at the application of that in AI-based technologies? And I'm thinking during model development for AI-based products, the limitation in the early feasibility guidance around 10 to 15 patients is probably too small for kind of early evaluation of an AI-based or early development of an AI-based technology. But in all other respects, that early development might fit kind of this concept of early feasibility. So I'm curious as to whether you guys have looked at that guidance and the policy that was established kind of pre, growth of AI devices, and whether there's some applicability and how adjustments might be needed to be made there.
Yeah, there haven't been adjustments to that guidance specific to AI. IVD studies too, like sometimes you're screening tens of thousands of people and it's in its early phase. There are times when the study can be done in a way that it's lower risk. And so you're not going to need an IDE application to FDA for some of those. And so we haven't necessarily seen as much of a demand for that, but it's a great consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take an online question.
What if the IRB disagrees with the sponsor's determination that their device study is exempt? Is there a formal submission to FDA to ultimately decide and produce something in writing?
So if the IRB disagrees with the sponsor, yes, there is a process that can be followed. It's called a study risk determination. These go through Q subs because although you don't necessarily have to come to FDA for a study risk determination, if someone comes to the FDA for a study risk determination, we are the final arbiter. So if the IRB says this does not look like it's exempt, this looks like it's significant risk, and we say it's exempt or it's NSR, our decision stands.
Good question. Thank you. Okay, we're going to come back to our in-person.
My question is maybe more on the QA side, RAQA side. So if it's not applicable, that's an okay answer. But what I'm wondering is when you have like design control, for example, you'd have a design control procedure, FDA inspection would happen, and your procedure would be, reviewed, your activities against the procedure would be reviewed in the context of like 820. Is there a similar process for clinical trials and all of the different sort of parts that you mentioned in your process in terms of the sort of QMS procedures that might be related to running a clinical study, something like that?
We do inspect investigational sites. We also inspect IRBs. I think in terms of design controls, IDEs exempt you from most of GMPs except for design controls. But from an inspectional standpoint, I'm not sure I can answer your question.
That's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. And we have, tomorrow, we do have an inspector and we do have some post-market things. So maybe tomorrow. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go to online questions. I'm sure we're getting a lot of theirs too. So go back.
We do. We have a lot of great questions. I'm going to ask one that's kind of a similar vein as the last one. Can you elaborate on what reports need to be submitted to FDA while conducting an NSR IDE?
I probably can't rattle off the whole list under 820 150B. But one of the ways, many of the reports under an NSR study just go to the IRB, but there are certain regulations. For example, if you have a study conduct issue where there's a failure to obtain informed consent, where the regulation itself under 812 150B calls out, you must report to the IRB and FDA. And so for those studies, even though the study's NSR, even though we didn't get an IDE application for it, we would expect to receive reports for those items in the regulation that specifically call out reporting to the IRB and FDA.
Great, thanks for that online question. We're gonna come to our in-person mic.
In vitro diagnostics, there's IUOs and RUOs. So sort of two-part question. First, can you explain how they fit into this IDE structure? I know they're sometimes exempt. And do you anticipate seeing any significant differences now that the LDT rule has been published?
I probably have to take that question offline. RUO studies in general aren't clinical use, but that is a very complicated topic. So please see me
Later today, yeah. See Christina later today. Okay, I think we have time for 2 more questions. I'm going to go to one online and then one in person. You can see her later again, but I'll go to online question first.
Thanks. I'm going to switch gears a little and talk about RWD. So does the healthcare software used to gather real-world data need to be validated in order to be considered real-world evidence? Are there other specific requirements for the validity of this data?
I'm not going to get too much into it because the guidance that went out is proposed, and so there's not final guidance, but essentially the updated guidance will talk about whether or not real-world data source is fit for purpose, considering what you want to use the evidence for.
And I don't know the comment period's still open for that, right?
No, the comment period closed in February.
Sorry. So no. Okay, we're going to go to our last in-person question.
My question is on the international data. Do the FDA accept clinicals, testing, or real-world evidence from other countries?
We most certainly do. Under 812.28, there's formal requirements for that. But when the data is from outside the United States, essentially the expectation is that it was collected following GCP for the country that has jurisdiction. So it's not going to be 812, 50, 56, but it's going to be an equivalent regulatory framework, like a review by an IEC, informed consent, and the local regulatory requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and thank you. I'm going to turn it back over to you to provide your call to action.
Let me see if I can do this without advancing us 2 hours back in time. Okay, so your call to action. Know that there are lots and lots of resources available for sponsors of clinical trials. You can start by reviewing, using, and downloading links in this presentation. And when you're conducting a clinical investigation, it's very important to understand the requirements that will apply, because the worst thing would be to be at the end of the trial and we're not sure if we can rely on your data. And then the last one, which mimics themes you've heard, engage early with FDA when thinking about clinical evidence generation, because we may have a lot of feedback for you. So that's it.
So that will take us to our afternoon break. We will see you back here in about 20 minutes. So we'll come back at 2:45. Don't forget, our 2 booths are out there. Definitely trying to pitch that. So enjoy your break, and we'll see you back here in a couple minutes. We're going to get started here in about another minute. We're in the home stretch. Thanks for hanging in there with us today. I think we missed the rain. I don't know. Has anybody been outside? It's still raining? Oh, no.
Oh, started out so nice today.
I know. All right. So welcome back. Like I said, we're in the home stretch. We have two more wonderful presentations for you this afternoon. First up, we have Dr. Kathryn de Laurentis. She's going to be presenting on one of the most prolific programs. I know if you've, I've been around for a little while, and it's definitely one that I always talk about. So it's on the 510K program. She's going to give some overview and some updates. So Dr. de Laurentis started her career at FDA in 2014 as a biomedical engineer in the Division of Neuromodulation and Rehabilitation Devices. Since 2020, she has served as a policy analyst on the 510K de novo 513G device determinations and custom devices lifecycle team. We always joke about that team. It's such a long name for that team. There she currently serves as the primary 510K team lead for eStar submissions, the CDRH portal, and least burdensome flags. Prior to joining FDA, she was a research professor, project and program manager, and small business owner, designing and developing assistive and medical technologies. She received her doctorate in mechanical and aerospace engineering from Rutgers. So today, Dr. de Laurentis will provide an overview of FDA's most common pathway to market new medical devices. This is the 510K program. She will also discuss available resources and provide updates. So welcome, Dr. de Laurentis, and enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you, Kim. And as Kim mentioned, I will be going over the 510K program. So I'm starting off with talking about medical devices, getting those to market. And as Kim mentioned, I will be talking about that in respect to a 510K submission. This is a submission in which you will compare your medical device to a legally marketed device to determine substantial equivalence. And as was mentioned earlier, and as I'm sure you know, there are a lot of acronyms. SE is on the slide. That stands for substantial equivalence. And that means that your device is as safe and as effective as the predicate. And also, as mentioned, this is the most common pathway. So let's talk about this. Some learning objectives. So I'll provide some updates to the 510K policy. I'll summarize the 510K program. And I'll talk about how to interact with the FDA before and during the review. And then also I want to talk about some tips in preparing the eStar. Some policy updates. As was mentioned before, the eStar template is mandatory for all 510Ks, and that began on October 1st in 2023. It's also mandatory to submit that through the CDRH portal or CCP. You'll probably see it mentioned both ways. There are two 510K eStar templates, one for IVD and one for NIVD, non-in vitro diagnostics. Also, you can track your submission through the CDRH portal as well as submitting it through the portal. At the end of this presentation, there are links to both of these websites, the eStar as well as the portal websites. Another update, which some of you may have become familiar with, is the conversion hold. This is a relatively new hold that is available when we convert a special to a traditional 510K during the technical screening phase. So I'll talk a little bit more about the technical screening phase later. So a quick overview of the 510K program. I'd like to mention the 510K program guidance document. It's a great resource for you all, and actually for us, for those of us as Kim was mentioned, that's a long title, what we call our group. We call ourselves just the 510K staff. So it's a great resource for everybody. It has information in it about the 510K decision-making process. Also, you'll find information on the predicate, how that's defined, how maybe you will need to help you find a predicate. There's also definitions about the intended use, indications for use, and also, for example, how you might use the technological characteristics of your device to compare it to the predicate device for an SE determination. We start off the process with your submission as a 510K. First review process, as I mentioned, is a technical screening process. This is completed by the FDA staff by day 15. This is a process in which we will check for the eStar template itself. We'll check it for accurate responses and relevant attachments. And again, I'll go into that a little bit more detail here in a minute. The next phase is a substantive review phase. This is a phase in which the review team will go into more detail looking into your submission. A decision needs to be made by day 60, and a final decision on the 510K is by day 90. Technical screening overview. Of course, once we get the submission, you will receive a letter acknowledging that we've received it. Then we begin the technical screening review. And there are a couple of decisions that can be made as a result of that technical screening. One is if it passes the technical screening, that's technical screening okay. If you are tracking your submission in the portal, you will see the code TSOK. And that means that the review clock continues. The substantive interactive review process begins, and you may get some requests interactively from the lead reviewer. If it does not pass technical screening, then you may see in the portal the code clarification of the questions that we've asked. You could also maybe discuss whether or not you would like to submit a formal or a more extensive type of request for time to talk with the FDA or interact with the FDA, and that's for the SIR or submission issue request. Another, okay, I'm sorry, the slide deck is not advancing. It looks like I'm having a little bit of a technical difficulty here. Let me see, I have to do it the old-fashioned way here. See if that will work. Okay. Sorry, it's not advancing even from the keyboard here. Okay, thank you. Day 10 call, I'll let you know that some folks call this a 10-day call. And so I don't want you to get confused. It's not a call that lasts for 10 days. It happens by day 10. Yeah, it's not working. So.
Why computer?
Yeah. That's me. Yep. It's down further.
Slide. Remember what slide you want?
Yep. I'll go one more. Okay. Well, I actually know the next slide that's coming up, so I'll just talk about it. And when you get the slides, you can see the information. There is also something that we call a least burdensome flag. This is something that you can, as we say, throw the flag if you think that the information that we've requested during the AI response does not follow the least burdensome guiding principles. So that's something that you can discuss. And it gives you a chance, one back.
One back?
Yep, right there. Thank you. Okay. So that gives you a chance to talk to us and also to talk to our management if you think it is a burdensome type question, or maybe something that even that you don't think that you should be answering. Yes.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, great. Thank you. That gave me a chance to ad lib, so thank you for that. All right, so we've talked about some ways in which you can contact us, but what about when we ask you for information? How do you respond? And if it's an interactive type request and the reviewer has asked you in an email, you can always just respond back through email. So that hasn't changed. But I wanted to talk about a couple of things because now we have the E-star. So how do you respond with the E-star? If you feel that at any time, whether it's an interactive request or additional information request, the information that you want to send us is a lot and that you feel that maybe the E-star needs to be revised, then you could do that. You can send a revised E-star. Use the current E-star and just update that. Submit it through the portal. An example of that would be if we converted the E-star from a special to a traditional outside of the technical screening phase. So during the SI phase, if it was converted, we would ask you to fill out an E-star using the traditional template and then send that to us. There also is something that you can do in the E-star. You would fill out, as the screenshot shows here, click on the traditional button, fill out that K number, and then go to the end of the E-star and fill out the section that pops up, which is the additional information response section. And that you can fill out if you have requests for information that you need to respond to, or if it's just amending the E-star, there is no request for additional information, then you would select no, as in this example that's given here. I don't expect you to remember all these things. Some of the things are kind of tricky, but you'll get the slides and you'll see. And of course, always feel free to contact the 510K staff. All right, we also talked about if you got a TS hold letter or an AI letter, how do you respond to that? And again, you would select the additional information. This is on page 2. Fill in the K number and then go to the end of the E-star and fill out the additional information responses section here. Provide the question that was asked and then the response. All right, knowledge check. What would you do if you think that one of the deficiencies that was sent to you was not relevant for your device? What is the best practice here? A, email the CDRH ombudsman and OHT director to get their opinion. B, email the lead reviewer and ask for a day 10 call to clarify the rationale, and then possibly throw the least burdensome flag. Or C, respond to the deficiency with the requested information. Who thinks that A is the best response? How about B? Lots of hands, great. Anybody for C? Okay, great. That is correct. B is the correct. Thank you. All right. So because we've been talking about the E-star, and that is required now for the 510K, wanted to talk a little bit more about the E-star itself. And again, E-star stands for Electronic Submission Template and Resource. You've heard it already as being described as a dynamic PDF for assembling your submission. It guides you through the process. There is a lot of information in the template, links to guidances and regulations, help text, that type of thing. But I want to mention that it is a template for filling out your E-star submission. It is not a new type of 510K. And I mentioned that there are a couple of different 510K templates available. And again, it's mandatory as well as the portal is mandatory. Now, I know that you all are used to giving the FDA a lot of information. And what I want to do is talk about how that information that you provide to us, how that relates to the E-star. How do you give that to us in the E-star template? So I have a couple of slides here giving you some tips. So you want to give us information, of course, based on the claims of your device, the specifications, information in your device description, the indications for use, all of that kind of thing. You want to give us information for that. And you want to make sure that the responses that you select in the E-star are consistent throughout. So I have an example here of selecting no for the biocomp question in the device description section. That shows you here below that in the biocomp section what it says. It says that the information is not needed because you selected no. If yes were selected, then that opens a biocompatibility section. And I can let you know that if there are biocompatibility or tissue contacting devices or components of your device, and you selected no, we would consider that an inaccurate response, and that could potentially lead to a technical screening hold. So again, the tip here is to be consistent with your device specifications and the indications. Another thing that I want to point out, again, talking about consistency, is this guidance adherence question. And that's the screenshot that's on the bottom of this slide. Here it says NA, but it asked for information per the guidance. And if you look in the classification section in the E-Star, a guidance is listed. So a guidance is listed, a device-specific guidance is listed, but an A was selected. This is considered to be also an inaccurate response or inconsistent response, and this could also lead to a technical screening hold. So just a reminder again, to be consistent throughout, double check throughout the E-Star what may be asked or provided in one section that you provide the information accordingly in following sections. All right. Help text is there to help you, so use it. And that, you will find the help text in those blue boxes that are along the right side of the E-Star with the question that has a question mark. Here's an example in which you have a question in the assay and instrument information section. You can select instrument, assay, or both. And if you're not sure, here's some help text that helps you kind of decipher what your device is and what you want to be marketed for your device. So again, look at all the information in the E-Star, look at the help text to help you, and based on the claims that you have for your device or the indications for your device, fill out the E-Star accordingly. And the last example here is about the attachments. Recall that when we check the E-Star during the technical screening phase, we check for accurate responses as well as relevant attachments. So make sure that your attachment is what you intended it to be, that when you upload it to the E-Star, that you've uploaded it in the correct in the correct section. So if it's, for example, a device description, you've uploaded it to that device description section, and it actually has device description in it. It's not grandma's cookie recipe. So just again, another point about being consistent throughout the E-Star. Okay, so now we have another knowledge check. Which of the statements is not true? A, you must submit a new 510K using the E-Star format. B, if your submission is not accepted for review, which results in a technical screening hold or TSIC, you will always receive an AI type letter or a TSIC letter. C, if your submission is not accepted for review, you will always receive the checklist and the RTA addendum. And D, you can submit and track your submission in the CDRH portal. So who's for A? Okay, and we're looking at what's not true. How about B? How about D? Okay, so I left the last one, the best one for last. Okay, so for C, who's for C as not being a truthful statement, being a false statement? Yeah, and that's correct. Yeah, for the technical screening, you will not receive a checklist. We do not have that anymore, or an RTA addendum. You'll get an automatic email with the letter attached, and the letter will have pretty well spelled out deficiency for the reason for the hold, and then request for information. So I'd like to just mention a couple of final things here. There's a list of resources in this presentation where I mentioned the particular item is indicated on the slide number. And there also are a couple of resources which include the eStar program as well as the portal. And on both of those sites, you will see ways to contact somebody for help. So in summary, we've talked about some updates to the 510K program, ways in which you can communicate with CDRH before and during the review, some procedures for how to respond when we've asked you questions, whether interactively or technical screening or AI requests for information. And then also we talked about a couple of best practices for filling out the eStar. And I'll open that up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathryn. Excellent job.
Thank you.
Okay, so hopefully that was an engaging presentation for you. And now we look for your interaction with our questions. We already have some people lining up. That's great. We're in the home stretch again. We're almost there, guys. I'm going to go to Michelle for our first online question.
Thanks. I submitted a 510K as an e-copy on September 30th, 2023. Do I need to resubmit it as an eStar?
Thanks for that question. Yeah, that's something we call grandfathering. And that submission is before the mandatory date of October 1st, 2023. So if you submitted the 510K as an e-copy prior to that date and it was accepted into our system, meaning it passed the user fee check as well as e-copy check, then it can remain as an e-copy throughout the life of the submission until final decision. So that means that responding to, and in this case, it would still be an RTA or a request for additional information, all of that can remain e-copy. You do have the option of submitting it as an eStar if you like. So that's up to you, but it can remain as an e-copy.
Thank you, Kathryn. Okay, we're going to come to our first in-person. Step up to the mic, ask your question.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. My name is Ben Eloff. We support submissions that are regulated by many of the different product centers. And CDER specifically is requiring secure email for regulatory communications. Is CDRH planning to move to secure email? And if so, when? And would the same secure email setup apply to CDRH communications as well as those to CDER?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I've had other folks ask that, and it's something I I'm not really qualified to answer, but I can tell you that one of the things that we have done in terms of submitting information to us, original submission or a request for information, is through the portal. So that does help with some of the security issues doing that. Beyond that, I'm not sure. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, Michelle, we'll take our next online question.
So I'm going to combine a couple of questions. People have a similar question here. Does the lead reviewer perform a technical screening, or is this a software check or someone from an administrative team?
No, the lead reviewer performs the technical screen. Now, one of the things that happens with the eStar when it comes into the CDRH portal or CCP, Customer Collaboration Portal, that gets screened through that. And you will see at the top of the eStar, once you've completed it, it will say in green text, eStar complete. If it says eStar not complete in red text, then you know you've missed something in the submission. And that is a check that also happens when it goes through the portal, and the DCC will check that. But once it's entered into our system and it's in the reviewer's queue, then the lead reviewer conducts that technical screen. Thanks.
Thanks, Kathryn. Okay, we're going to come to our in-person.
Hello, thank you once again for the talk. I have a quick question on something I noticed in the slides, which was on the biocompatibility question and its wording. So if you were to have like a sensor inside of a plastic box, is the plastic box making contact with tissue and therefore a biocompatibility concern, or is it just the medical device itself contained within it?
Okay, so that's a good question, and it's something that maybe is a little bit more appropriate for the review team.
Right.
But I would say just in general, again, it depends, but it sounds to me like that could be tissue contacting. And it's when you look at that section, you'll see links for help text and the guidance to help you determine whether or not it is, in fact, tissue contacting and the kind of contact that it is. Touching skin, or maybe it's in something that gets implanted into the body. So the section actually will help you fill that out. And then, of course, looking at the guidance for assistance, and then contacting the review team.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, Michelle, we'll take another online question.
Okay, so this is a logistical question about preparing an eStar. So if a sponsor decides to attach a standalone 510K summary in the yellow text fields through the eStar template, does the sponsor simply put NA or C attachment? Or do they copy the relevant information from the 510K summary attachment into those yellow text fields?
Okay, thank you. That's a common question that we get about the 510K summary. For those of you who are not, maybe are just getting used to eStar, you can select whether or not eStar generates a 510K summary, or you attach your own. If you happen to attach your own summary, then that's all that you need to do. If you want eStar to generate one, then of course you would click that button that's towards the end of the eStar, and the eStar will pull in information from the rest of the template to fill out that eStar 510K summary. If you attach your own, that's all you need to do.
Thanks, Kathryn. Okay, we have time for one more question. We'll take our in-person question and then we'll wrap up.
Great, thank you. So more of a logistical question about eStar versions. So it's kind of a two-part question. First, how frequently is FDA anticipating that they'll release new versions of the PDF itself? And then let's say you did a submission, prepared it with version 4, and then before you submitted it, version 5 was released. Is there some sort of grace period where if you prepared it using the old one, you can still submit it, or will it be rejected during that technical screen?
Yeah, great. Thank you. That's a great question, one we get pretty often. I do not know the timeline for updates. I can tell you that it is always being updated, and that is often based on feedback that we get from folks, either internal and external folks. Now, if you have an E-Star in which, as you said, you've completed it with an older version, it would not be rejected when it comes into our system. We will accept it. However, when you look at the newer version, if there have been some updates that are significant for your submission, you may want to consider switching to the newer version, but you do not have to. You can stick with the current version and update it. We do have some ways of getting that information from the older version into the newer version, which I'm glad to discuss offline. It's not a real complicated process, but it is a bit of a process. But like I said, the submission would not be rejected if you have an older version. Thanks.
Great. All right, that will wrap up today's session. I'm going to turn it back. Well, it wraps up our Q&A session. I'm going to turn it back over to you for your call to action.
Thank you. Oh, good. Okay. All right. So just to wrap up, please use the available tools that were communicated here in this presentation, as well as those in the E-Star itself, to submit and develop your E-Star. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathryn, again. Last but not least, I'd like to welcome Hina Pinto. Here's your clicker. So Hina will be presenting our final session for today on advancing innovation in healthcare with combination products. So bringing it all together with combination products and sounding out today. So Hina joined CDRH in 2001. She currently serves as the Associate Director for Regulatory Policy and Combination Products in CDRH's Office of Product Evaluation and Quality, or OPEC. She has held various positions within CDRH, including Lead and Engineering Reviewer, Regulatory Advisor, and Deputy Division Director within the Office of Clinical Evidence and Analysis, or OSEA. She received her Bachelor of Science in Applied Science from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and her Master's in Biomedical Engineering from Tulane University. Combination products are novel and innovative in nature. Hina will be providing an overview of the FDA's regulation of combination products, share some best practices, and review some recent program updates. So, Hina, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Kim. Thank you all for sticking around to be here with me this afternoon. Hopefully this will be value added for you to be here, but as Kimberly mentioned, I will speak on the topic of combination products. So when you think about your innovative combination products, do you find yourself at the crossroad of the different centers and OCP, and which path is the right regulatory path for you? Which center is the appropriate center for you to have discussions with? So I'm hoping that after today's presentation, you will have a little bit more clarity in terms of what is the right regulatory pathway for your innovative combination product. So in today's session, I'd like to provide an overview of FDA's review of combination products, review the role of product jurisdiction officers, which we refer to as PJOs, share some updates of regulations and guidances that impact combination products, and identify some best practices and regulatory considerations around combination products. So let's start with an overview. We'll talk about how combination products are defined and assigned within each of the centers. What exactly is a combination product? You've heard this morning, the device definition and what qualifies as a medical device. And combination products are composed of 2 or more different types of medical products. This could be a drug, device, or biologic component. And if you have 2 or more of those products, you potentially could have a combination product. The different components of a combination product, a drug, biologic, or device component in the combination product is often referred to as the constituent part of that combination product. Combination products can be combined in multiple ways, and they're defined in our regulation. So combination products can be chemically, physically combined into a single entity, so a single entity combination product. An example of this is a drug-eluting stent that's combined. It combines the stent as well as the drug that's attached to it. Combination products can also be co-packaged into a kit. So you may have 2 components within the combination product that are packaged together. An example of this could be a vial of drug or biologic that's combined with a specific syringe that's indicated for use with that biologic or drug. Or combination products can be sold separately, but labeled specifically for use with one another. An example of this is photodynamic therapy, which includes a photoactivated drug and the laser that is cross-labeled for use with one another. So we went over what a combination product is, how it's combined, what it consists of. Now let's talk about assignment and jurisdiction of the combination product. And by assignment and jurisdiction, what we really mean is who's going to be the lead center. You have these 2 components that individually are reviewed in different centers, and now you're combining them, and who's going to be the primary center that's going to be the lead. So for the purposes of assignment and jurisdiction, we rely primarily on the primary mode of action of the combination product. The primary mode of action is a single mode of action of a combination product that provides the most important therapeutic action of that combination product. And the assignment, as I mentioned, designates the lead center. And oftentimes for combination products, almost all the time for combination products, non-lead centers are consulted on various constituent parts as well during the review process. So say we're not able to determine the primary mode of action for that combination product, which does happen quite regularly, then we would turn to an algorithm that's included in our regulation. So we turn to Tier 1, which includes product assignment based on the center that regulates products, raising similar questions of safety and effectiveness. Now, if we can't determine assignment based on Tier 1 because there are no sufficiently similar products that raise similar types of safety and effectiveness questions, then we turn to Tier 2, which is the center with the most expertise to evaluate the most significant safety and effectiveness questions related to that combination product. So it is a multi-step approach, and we usually do rely on primary mode of action. Oftentimes we have to go to tiers 1 and 2 to determine the lead center for that combination product. Now let's cover some of the roles of the product jurisdiction officers, and they reside in each of the centers, and I'll cover the core functions, what types of support the PJOs also provide. So as I mentioned, each of the centers does have a product jurisdiction team. There are multiple product jurisdiction officers in each of those centers, in CDER, CBER, as well as CDRH. I have listed on this slide the mailboxes. They are real people who answered the emails that come to those mailboxes, to the question that was asked earlier. And so, feel free to reach out to the PJOs in any of the centers if you have questions related to the product, related to assignment, related to classification of that combination product. They're a great resource. The PJOs in each of the centers provide support in a lot of core functions. We work with our counterparts in each of the centers, as well as the Office of Combination Products, to classify medical products, to assign combination and non-combination products to ensure they're being reviewed in the appropriate centers. We also provide support on the development, review, and comment of agency policies, regulations, and guidance documents. And we try to ensure consistent regulation and review of combination products. We really serve as the focal point both for internal as well as external stakeholders when it comes to combination product policy review, questions, assignment. So a lot of any questions that you have, the product jurisdiction team can be your point of contact. So the types of inquiries that the product jurisdiction officers help support include a wide range of questions, as I mentioned, in terms of classification, jurisdiction, regulatory pathway, consulting between centers. As I mentioned, the non-lead centers are consulted, as well as various different SMEs and expertise in the lead centers. Meeting request if there are questions, for example, in your Q submission that's related to classification or jurisdiction, you can certainly request PJO participation in those meetings. Questions related to adverse event reporting in clinical studies, whether for an IND or an IDE, post-market safety reporting, CGMPs, as well as questions related to patent and exclusivity. So there's a wide range of information that we help support. Okay, so you've told us what the PJOs do. How do we engage with them? So you would engage with the product jurisdiction officers in the appropriate center if you know or you think you know which center your combination product belongs in. Say you don't know, then we would recommend that you contact the Office of Combination Products. They provide support when jurisdiction is not certain or assignment isn't always clear. And so you can reach out to the Office of Combination Products, and the email address was on one of my previous slides. And then, as I also mentioned previously, if there are questions during the review of submission, you can always request PJO involvement to help facilitate conversations, to help answer questions on any of those inquiry types that I mentioned earlier. During the pre-market review of an application for combination products, FDA assesses the safety and effectiveness of the combination product as a whole. Certainly the constituent parts and the review of the constituent parts is important, but then the synergy of all those components is really important as well. And the lead center is going to serve as the sponsor's primary point of contact for that combination product. And the lead center processes, procedures, submission types, meeting types will be utilized for that combination product. And again, we do engage expertise in other centers. There's not a specific submission type for combination products or unique user fees associated with combination product reviews. The submission types are generally used for the center. So for example, in CDRH, if it's a CDRH-led combination product, then the CDRH submission types would be used for that combination product. Now I'd like to pivot a little bit and provide some updates on various guidances and regulations that have been published or we've been working on in the combination product space. I'd like to start with the guidance that's titled Principles of Pre-Market Pathways for Combination Products. The guidance was finalized in January of 2022. And the guidance discusses, what combination products are, how our center assignment is determined, which we've largely covered in the first few slides. It also speaks to the basics of interacting with FDA for combination products, as well as the basics of pre-market regulations for combination products. There may be cases where combination products will have separate marketing applications, and I'll discuss this a little bit in a few slides. And all those interactions, even if they're separate submissions for the combination products, the interaction should be through the lead center. But this guidance is a valuable resource that speaks to the various pre-market pathways. I know this topic of the CDRH pathways has been covered a couple of times, but I wanted to tease out some points that are specific to combination products as it relates to CDRH pathways to market for combos. So the 510K pathway is available for combination products with a couple of caveats. The combination product predicate must also be a combination product, and the predicate should include the same active ingredient as the new combination product that's being evaluated. The 21st Century Cures Act also clarified the availability of the de novo pathway for combination products. This pathway is appropriate for low to moderate risk combination products where there may not be a suitable 510K for that combination product. However, one thing to consider is in order to be appropriate for the de novo pathway, the risks must be mitigated through general and special controls. And so it's also important to think about the de novo pathway may not be appropriate for new molecular entities or new chemical entities. And then finally, we have the PMA submissions, which are intended to be standalone submissions to evaluate the safety and effectiveness of Class 3 medical devices, as well as CDRH-led combination products. Generally, PMAs do require clinical data, and PMAs are usually used for those NMEs, new chemical entities that are included in combination products. So another thing that I wanted to briefly mention for your awareness is the Genus court case. It was a pretty noteworthy court case from a combination product perspective. The Genus court case was based on a barium sulfate imaging agents, which are used to improve visualization of the GI tract in radiographic diagnostic studies. The noteworthy thing was that FDA did lose discretion to regulate devices as drugs. So if a product meets the definition of a device, FDA cannot regulate it as a drug. It seems pretty obvious, right? But with contrast agents, they were being regulated as drugs. And so following the court case, we did lose that court case. However, Congress later passed an update, Section 503, to the Act that indicated that contrast agents, radioactive drugs, over-the-counter monograph drugs shall be deemed to be a drug under the definition of a drug and not a device under the definition of a device. And so it essentially overturned what the courts had decided. So in summary, contrast agents are reviewed as drugs. And, this court case did have some important implications across different product areas in the combo product space. Another update that I wanted to provide is related to the FDA guidance. Application of human factors engineering principles for combination products. It's a Q&A type of document, which was finalized in September of 2023. The guidance is not meant to replace other human factors guidances that the agency has published, but really to be used in conjunction with those. And the guidance speaks to a key goal of applying human factors engineering principles during development is to ensure that the user interface supports the safety and effectiveness of the combination product as a whole. It also speaks to sponsors needing to consider use-related risks associated with combination products as a whole that may not exist with the individual constituent parts, for example. And the user interface for a combination product similar to devices or drugs should include all the points of interaction between that combination product and the user. You know, that may include the displays, the controls, packaging, labeling, training that may be appropriate and necessary for that combination product. Now let's jump to a little bit of a different topic, the world of digital health products. So does a digital health product that's combined with the drug or biologic always become a combination product? You won't be surprised to hear the answer, it depends, as you have today. So it really depends on the configuration and intended use of that product. I wanted to mention this because not all digital health products that you may wish to develop to support your drug or biologic necessarily meet the definition of a device. The 21st Century Cures Act did exclude certain software functions from the definition of a medical device. And so I've included some FDA digital health guidances here that can help you determine whether the digital health product actually meets the definition of a device. If the digital health product does meet the definition of a medical device and has a medical device function, and it's used with a drug or biologic, again, it depends on whether it would be a combination product. It really does have to meet the definition of a combination product that's listed in our 21 CFR Part 3 to be considered a combo. But again, it depends on whether it meets the device definition. It depends on whether it meets a combo product definition and whether it has a device function. So really just some things to keep in mind in the digital health world. And then the last update I wanted to provide is related to our proposed regulation for wound dressings. FDA issued a proposed rule in November of last year for the classification of certain solid wound dressings formulated as a gel, cream, or ointment, as well as liquid wound washes. For some background, FDA does regulate Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3 wound dressings, but a large number of the wound dressings are currently unclassified pre-amendment devices. And even though they're unclassified devices or products, they do require 510K for the Class 2 and Class 3 dressing, Class 2 dressing, sorry, for the unclassified products prior to marketing. And they are regulated under a number of different product codes. However, the biggest bucket is under the product code of FRO. And these products are generally currently indicated for wound management. They do include diverse and complex device design, including solid wound dressings, gels, creams, ointments, and liquid wound washes. These products were taken to an FDA advisory committee panel meeting, and based on feedback that we received from the panel meeting, the FDA proposed to clarify the intended use in the proposed rule to cover and protect for solid wound dressings, maintain moisture for wound dressings formulated as a gel, cream, or ointment, and mechanically irrigate for liquid wound washes. So interestingly, as unclassified products, these products are currently viewed as combination products because both of their composition as well as the claims of wound management. With the proposed clarified intended use, the claims are more device claims. And so if the, currently with these clarified intended uses, they would be reviewed as devices versus combination products. So as I mentioned, we did receive panel input on the proposed regulation. The panel did acknowledge the importance and the value of these wound care products. They identified the need for more clear indications and claims. They also recognized the importance of addressing antimicrobial resistance, AMR, and the panel also supported FDA's proposal of a split classification for these products. And so the proposed rule does develop a risk-based antimicrobial resistance framework to support the proposed split classification of these products. So what does the proposed rule include? How does the split classification look? So the proposed rule proposes class 3 for wound dressings and liquid wound washes containing medically important antimicrobials with a high level of AMR concern. And these would be subject to PMA. The proposed rule does define medically important antimicrobials as those used to treat or prevent infections in human patients. This use of the term is consistent with the agency's prior use of antimicrobial resistance, as well as the WHO definition. The proposed rule also has a bucket for class 2 products, which would include wound dressings and liquid wound washes containing non-medically important antimicrobials or other chemicals. And these would be subject to a 510K, as well as special controls that are identified in the proposed rule and will be identified in the final rule itself. I wanted to mention that this is a proposed rule. The comment period has closed. FDA is assessing the comments that were received, and we will be publishing a final rule. Now let's turn to some considerations and best practices related to combination products. It's really important to remember that the presence of a drug or biologic can impact the regulatory pathway of just the device alone. And it may be that CDRH may not be the lead center of the combination product once other constituents are combined with it. Another consideration is how the labeling is for the different constituent parts. There may be issues related to labeling consistencies that may impact our ability to approve or clear the device or the combination product. We also get questions related to investigational applications for a combination product, whether it's appropriate for an IDE or an IND, who would be the lead center, what are considerations, do we have one application or two applications? We generally say that one application, whether that be for an investigational product or a marketing application, is likely appropriate, but having these discussions early is going to be really important. Another consideration is sharing of information if there are multiple manufacturers for the different constituent parts. We heard about the master file program a little bit earlier, and so that master file program does allow sharing of information that manufacturers can reference and FDA can use as part of their review. And so some of these considerations are not unique to combination products, but there may be unique aspects of these considerations for combos. Okay, so some best practices to think about during the development of your combination product. It's really helpful to determine the jurisdiction of the combination product as early as you can. You've heard multiple times having interactions and engagement with the agency as early as you can in the process. We are here to help. We're here to answer questions that you may have. And so engage early, ask for cross-center review teams to be involved in various discussions. It's also really important as early as you can to have a concrete and good business relationship with the manufacturer of the other constituent part. It helps with leveraging information in a master file or, just engaging with them as early as possible and having them at the table with the FDA if possible to ensure that everybody's on the same page in terms of expectations. Also, completing a risk-based evaluation of the combination product as a whole. You think about the constituent parts, but you also want to think about the safety and effectiveness of the entire product. Be familiar with applicable guidances and standards, understand the regulatory requirements for all of the constituent parts, and understand the data requirements. And this will again help you understand where you can leverage some of that information if possible. That may not always be the case depending on how the products are combined or what the claims are, what the composition is, but certainly if there's a way to leverage information, we do support that, and we do appreciate engaging in those discussions. So we've heard a lot. How do you, come talk to us early, come talk to us often. How do you engage with the FDA? We've heard about the pre-submission program a little bit. Again, the pre-submission program is great early in the development process to receive feedback on your proposed testing strategy, to receive feedback on the jurisdiction, the assignment, and ensuring that the right questions are answered as early to help guide what your strategy will be. And again, you can request PJO involvement in some of these early discussions if classification jurisdiction is in question. The pre-submission meeting packages should include information that's outlined in the guidance referenced here and that you have heard from a couple of different speakers. It's important to provide relevant background information and specific questions that you want answered from the FDA review team. As specific as you can make the questions, the better information you will receive. And you want to include and consider information on all of the constituent parts and how they interact with the device. And so, you want to think about all of the components, but then how they come together as well. Say jurisdiction is unclear, then what? Do we come to CDRH anyway if we have a device constituent part as part of our combination product? Depends. If assignment and jurisdiction is not clear, then oftentimes we recommend going to the Office of Combination Products, OCP, and you could submit a pre-RFD or an RFD, and there are guidances on both of those processes, and they are linked on this slide, but also in the references slide that I will show in just a bit. So I've covered a lot of information. Hopefully, that was useful. I know it's late in the day, but I did see everyone awake. So let's go through a couple of knowledge checks. How are combination products combined? A, physically or chemically into a single entity. B, co-packaged. 3, cross-labeled. Or D, all of the above. How many think it's A? B, C, D. Okay, for those online, the majority did vote D, and that is the correct answer. Combination products can be combined in all of those ways. Our next knowledge check question. Which of these forms a combination product? A, drug and cosmetic. B, drug and device. C, biologic and a food, or D, all of the above? How many think it's an A? B, C, D? So the majority did think B. So for combination products, the constituent parts can be either a drug, device, or biologic component. So that is the correct answer. So on the next few slides, I have linked various resources, those that were covered in my presentation today, as well as other resources that are generally helpful for combination products. And there's a number of them. So, feel free to peruse any of these. And if you have questions, I did link in one of my previous slides all of the mailboxes to each of the centers, but I did want to close with, again, CDRH's product jurisdiction team, the mailbox here, as well as the mailbox for the Office of Combination Products if you have questions related to your combo. So in summary, medical product classification is based on our statutory definitions of drug, devices, biologic components. FDA also has regulations for the definition of combination products, as well as information on the combination product assignment and the algorithm that we use. Understanding the numerous resources that are available on combination products is really valuable. And then following FDA's recommendations and best practices really is important and provides an efficient way to communicate with the agency. So with that, thank you again for your time today, and I'll open it up to questions.
Thank you, Hina. Okay, so this is our last final sort of Q&A segment for today, especially for our online attendees, our in-person ones. You guys hopefully will stick around for that one-on-one time with our presenters from today. But I'd like to start off with going to Michelle for an online question.
Thank you. Is there a database where I can search for combination products that have been approved or cleared in CDRH?
It's a great question. Thank you. So we do not have a database that's dedicated just to combination products. However, our 510K and PMA databases that you heard of earlier, the medical device databases, do have a field for combination products. And so if you check on that field, you can see all of the combination products that are in the 510K database or the PMA database. And then you can further filter it down through ProCode or device name. And so that is a way to search various products that may have been cleared and identified, cleared or approved and identified as combination products.
Thanks, Hina. Okay, we're going to take our first in-person question.
The contrast agent for medical imaging is a good question. I'm a former Bayer/MedRat employee. So if you've got two products that work together made by different manufacturers, so to use that, so would Bayer Healthcare's contrast injector be a combination product that goes to CDRH, and then GE Healthcare's contrast agent also be a combination product because they're used together, but it goes to CDER because that's a pharmaceutical?
It's a great question, and it depends on how it's labeled. Remember that combination products are classified based on composition and claims. And so if it's a true cross-labeled combination product and the contrast agent is specifically labeled for use with the imaging system, and the imaging system is specifically labeled for use with that specific contrast agent, then it would be a combination product. And you could have one submission for that combination product as a whole. You could have two different submissions to various agencies. There are different nuances to think about when you have multiple marketing applications in two different centers. Or it could be a non-combination product if the contrast agent is labeled for a generic use for an imaging system that's approved or cleared by the agency. Sometimes we see that, and then the imaging system would be labeled for use with an appropriate contrast agent, and it may not be specifically cross-labeled. So that cross-labeled is a very specific nuance where both of the products have to be labeled for use with each other.
Thanks, Hina. Okay, we're going to take another online question.
If my device is class 1 and co-packaged with a known drug, would it be considered a combination product?
Yeah, so if it is a device that is co-packaged with a drug, it would be a combination product. And even though it's a class 1 device, the classification then would be based on the combination product as a whole. And so the classification of that product may be different, and the jurisdiction of that product would also depend on the primary mode of action as well as the algorithm that I discussed if the PMOA cannot be determined.
Thanks, Hina. Okay, we'll take our next in-person question.
Thank you. So if you had a class 2 device that's legally on the market and being marketed, and a monograph drug that is on the market and legally being marketed, and you stick them in a box together, but their labeling doesn't change, their DFUs don't change, their indications don't change, and they're not going to be mixed together or used together, what does that become?
Yeah, so that is a good question. That could potentially be a kit. And so it could be a combination product kit, or it could just be what FDA refers to as convenience kits when you have multiple different products that are approved or cleared and nothing is changing. And so it could be either one of those. But, you know, generally, if nothing is changing, you could certainly talk to the appropriate review team just to make sure that there aren't other things to think about. But it could be a combination product or it may not. It just depends on how it's labeled and packaged.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks. Okay, we're going to try to get in one more online question and then our one in-person question. So hold on one second. Go to our online question.
All right, thank you. So this question is about the risk as it relates to the center assignment. So does the risk class override the primary mode of action when determining which center is assigned as primary? For example, a higher risk irradiation device with a very low risk drug, but the primary mode of action is the drug.
Yeah, so the classification and assignment would be based on either the primary mode of action or the algorithm that I covered. And so if we're not able to determine the primary mode of action, then it does go into the algorithm, which does speak to some of those risks and evaluation of the product based on the center that has experience with those types of safety and effectiveness questions, the product that raises the significant safety and effectiveness questions. And so it would be based on PMOA as well as the algorithm.
Thanks, Hina. Okay, well, that wraps up our Q&A for today. Thank you very much, Hina. Okay, so thank you all for sticking with us. Day 1, we made it. Oops. Oh gosh, here we go. Okay. All right, so this closes out today. So we hope that you enjoyed all of our presenters, and personally, I hope that we untangled some of that mess for you and you are able to take some of what you learned today and go back and learn, apply, and innovate. So at this time, we're gonna close out our online. And so thank all of you for those that were able to join us virtually today. We hope that you're able to join us again tomorrow for day 2. And then for our in-person attendees, we now would like to offer you the opportunity to engage with our presenters on a one-on-one basis. So hopefully, we're gonna have a diagram up for you. So what we're gonna